Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight we're diving into the lore of the Inquisitor that used chaos and chaos. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor or the Dark Gods. I want to thank you guys for the support. Y'all been absolutely killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
The hive burned from its crown to its roots. Its upper spires were already broken, their sanctified glass and gilt buttresses falling in sheets through the smoke, while the lower districts drowned beneath a tide of fire and stampeding flesh. Cathedral domes had split like rotten skulls. Great bronze saints sagged from their plinths, faces running in molten streams down avenue walls blackened by soot and blood. Whole hab blocks had become crematoria, their windows vomiting orange light and greasy smoke into a heaven long since surrendered to ash. The streets below were clogged by the dead, by the dying, by the half-burned and trampled who still tried to crawl through drifts of masonry and the rendered fat of those crushed beneath the fleeing multitude. Above it all, under a sky the colour of old bruises, the gunships of the Inquisition moved like steel carrion. Quixos stood at the broken lip of a basilica roof and watched the city die with the stillness of a carved idol. His black armour, worked in silver sigils and the inquisitorial seal, reflected the furnace glow in hard bands of red. Grease and soot had settled upon his storm coat, but they did nothing to diminish the cold authority of him. He seemed not a man burdened by war, but a verdict descended into it. Around his gorget, the purity seals stirred in the hot wind. None of them looked pure any longer. They were filmed with dust, blood spray and cinder grit. Beneath the edge of the roof, the square before the basilica crawled with survivors. Refugees packed together in such density that the movement of the crowd resembled maggots feeding within a wound. Priests bawled litanies to calm them. Arbites beat the nearest ranks back from the extraction cordons with shock mauls. Somewhere in the press, a child was screaming without pause. Quixos listened to it for a few seconds, then turned his gaze beyond the square to the wider city, where the infestation still spread. The demonic breach had opened 3 days earlier in the Manufactorum quarter. Now the corruption ran through 7 hive districts, and the contagion was not merely spiritual. Brick had turned to soft flesh in whole streets. Bell towers bent like vertebrae. Windows blinked wetly. The very air tasted of copper and sweet rot. Where the enemy moved in strength, reality itself lost confidence. Interrogator Severian Vale climbed the final steps to the roof and came to one knee without being ordered. He was a scarred man, square of jaw and iron in the eyes. One of those rare mortals who had served too long in the orbit of an Inquisitor and forgotten how to flinch in front of ordinary horrors. Quixos had taught him to reserve his fear for the exceptional. "My lord," said Vale, breathing smoke through clenched teeth. "The trench cordon on the western transit mile has collapsed. The conscript regiments are breaking." "They were already broken," Quixos replied. Vale raised his head slightly. "Then the line is gone." "No." Quixos looked to the distant glow of artillery fire, where the western quarter was hidden behind curtains of smoke and drifting embers. "It is becoming useful." The Inquisitor's retinue waited back from the roofline, each man keeping a ritual distance from him, whether he knew he was doing it or not. Stormtroopers in scorched carapace armor stood at parade readiness, despite the shelling. A hooded savant hugged. They did not merely obey him, they endured him. It had been that way for years, even at the height of his fame, even when he was hailed with the names Quixos the Great and Quixos the Bright. Fear had always arrived before reverence. He had burned the demons out of Artem when he was scarcely more than a youth, only 21 standard years of age, and the tale of that cleansing had entered the low, hungry mythology of imperial soldiery almost before the ashes cooled. Men whispered of him in barracks and prayer cells across the segmentum. They spoke, too, of the false goat gods of the Endorian subsector, of the transcription of the forbidden Book of Ibon, of Banaglos the traitor Astartes, hunted down and slain, of the silencing of the whisperers of Domactoni, of the Witch King of Sarpeth crucified above his own ruined hive, and of the hidden Nurgle cult broken inside one of the palaces on Holy Terror itself. The stories changed in the telling, but his name remained the same in every version. Quixos, the one who came when the darkness had already gone too far. The troops on this world had spoken his name in much the same fashion during the first day of the purge. They spoke it differently now. Another shell whined overhead. A moment later, the eastern district lifted in a flower of white fire as naval lance strikes reached down from the low cloud bank. The shockwave arrived across the rooftops with enough force to shower them in glass shards and black dust. Far below, the refugee mass buckled as several thousand souls tried at once to throw themselves flat. Quixos did not blink. "Read the casualty liturgy," he said. The savant startled, then stumbled forward, fumbling open one of his slates. His voice shook as he read. "By the grace of the Golden Throne, revised accounting for the 4th day of purgation. Trench lines western and southern. 119,000 line infantry killed. 47,000 missing and presumed spiritually compromised. 86 armored assets destroyed or immobilized. Civilian refugee columns estimated at 3 million and increasing. Ecclesiarchal losses unconfirmed. Manufacturum yield reduced to nil. Hive population viability now stands at..." He hesitated. "Speak," said Quixos. The savant swallowed. "At less than 1/3, my lord." Vale closed his eyes for a moment, but Quixos only extended a gauntleted hand. The slate was passed to him. He scanned the figures with the indifference of a man reading weather patterns. "Then the estimate is too high," he said, handing it back. No one answered. Quixos descended from the roofline and entered the nave. The basilica interior had been converted into a command shrine hours earlier. Vox units and hololithic projectors sat among toppled pews and shattered statuary. Incense burners swung from lengths of chain and filled the air with a spice-heavy haze that did little to conceal the underlying stink of blood, hot metal, and opened bowels from the triage line in the transept. Every few minutes, another wounded soldier was dragged through the side aisle by medici orderlies, leaving a red trail along the cracked marble. At the center of the improvised command floor, 3 prisoners knelt in iron manacles. They had been taken near the breach. Once they had been hab workers. Now their eyes were glazed pearl white, their skin marked with scripture turned inside out by the warp's touch. One smiled through broken teeth. Another shivered in arrhythmic jerks. The third stared at Quixos with the raw adoration of a convert. Vale followed him in. They were found chanting in the lower furnace district. One of them claims to have seen the thing leading the host. "Claims," Quixos said. The smiling prisoner laughed wetly. "I did not merely see it. I heard it. It knows your name, Inquisitor. It knows the shape of your heart. It is waiting for you." Quixos drew his pistol and put a bolt round through the man's face. The corpse slammed backward, skull reduced to red spray and splinters of bone. The other 2 prisoners screamed. One tried to throw himself forward in praise. The stormtroopers leveled their hell guns, but Quixos raised one finger and they held. He looked at the second prisoner. Where is the gate mouth? The man shook so hard his chains rattled. Beneath the 8th furnace stack, beneath the brass angel, please, please, I served because they made me. I can show you. Quixos fired again. The 3rd prisoner began sobbing before the body had finished twitching. Vale did not move. He had seen this before. It was not rage, not impatience, not loss of control. Quixos used terror the way other commanders used maps. A human soul stripped itself more quickly under the expectation of death than under pain alone. The final prisoner blurted his confession before he had even been asked a question. Coordinates, access tunnels, the shape of the shrine under the foundries, the thing with 13 mouths and the halo of butchered hands. He gave everything, tripping over his own words, weeping in gratitude for the chance to speak. When he finished, Quixos nodded to one of the penitents. The condemned man was dragged away shrieking toward the lower crypts, where the pyres burned for interrogation, repentance and waste disposal alike. Vale watched him go. He told the truth. Then he will die cleanly. He feared you more than damnation. Quixos turned to him. In the red murk of the basilica, his eyes looked harder than human eyes should. As he should. Hell is patient. I am not. Outside, the city's bells began tolling all at once, not in worship, in warning. The sound rolled over the basilica in a delirious storm of iron clamour. Vox officers snapped to their stations. One of the sanctioned psychers convulsed and spat blood across the floor. The hololith at the chamber's centre flickered, then bloomed into the image of the Western Transit Mile. The line had not merely broken, it had inverted. Thousands of conscripts were running toward the inner hive, pursued by shapes that moved too quickly through the smoke to count. Brass-limbed things, lean things with ribs on the outside, horned silhouettes clambering over burned-out troop carriers and trenches full of the dead. Behind them rolled a tide of chanting cultists, whole companies of the spiritually diseased, waving flensing hooks, autoguns, processional icons dripping with skin, and the severed heads of imperial officers hammered onto pikes. One of the stormtroopers made the sign of the Aquila before he remembered himself. Quixos stepped closer to the hololith. Signal orbit. The Vox Adept swallowed. Channel open, my lord. Quixos spoke without raising his voice, and the whole chamber stilled to hear him. This is Inquisitor Quixos of the Ordo Malleus. By my seal, and by the throne-bound authority vested in me, Pattern Fire Decree Sigma Black is now in effect. Lance the Western Transit Mile from Habtir to Sump, then commence saturation bombardment in rings inward until I order cessation. Vale stared at him. Even he had not expected that. My lord, he said carefully, the refugee roads are still full. The refugee roads are compromised. There are millions there. There are always millions, said Quixos. That is the weakness. That is why the Imperium bleeds and calls the bleeding endurance. It heaps bodies against the abyss and mistakes abundance for strength. His gaze remained fixed on the hololith, where the enemy closed through the smoke. We do not lose worlds because chaos is mighty. We lose them because men are soft, slow, sentimental, and afraid to do what survival requires. Vale held his silence. He believed Quixos was mankind's necessary monster. He had believed it for years. In that moment, hearing the contempt behind the words, he understood that necessity had already begun to curdle into something harsher. Quixos did not only hate the enemy, he hated every frailty in the species he was sworn to protect. The first lance strike hit while the order was still echoing through the Vox array. The western quarter vanished. The hololith flared white. A heartbeat later, the physical world answered, the blast wave shuddering through the basilica's foundations. Great cracks ran up the nave pillars. Dust poured from the vaulted ceiling. Outside, over the rooftops, a pillar of incandescent ruin rose into the ash-choked sky, carrying masonry, armor plate, torn bodies and flaming vehicles in a widening crown. Then came the second strike, then the third. Rings of annihilation marched inward through hab clusters, refugee roads, trenchworks and shrine plazas alike. For 3 hours the bombardment continued. When at last Quixos led the counter-assault into the furnace district, the city had become a carcass open to the bone. The streets were paved in fused glass and burned corpses. Trench lines were no longer trenches, but glowing scars filled with bubbling metal and human remains. The cathedral quarter behind them still smouldered in pieces, and ahead, the Manufactoria loomed like black teeth around the breach mouth. His stormtroopers advanced in disciplined wedges, hellguns spitting ruby fire into the smoke. Penitents howled praise as they were driven ahead as shield meat and bait. The sanctioned psychers walked in chains between ward-bearers, mouths sewn shut, save for the blood leaking through the sutures as they unleashed disciplined agonies into the dark. Overhead, gun cutters screamed low, loosing sanctified promethium into hive canyons, where shapes skittered along the walls. The dead lay in drifts. The living slipped in them. Quixos walked at the fore. Bolter rounds and lasfire crossed before him in murderous weather, but he moved through it with the unhurried certainty of a hangman approaching the block. When the first of the warp things burst from the smoke, brass claws opening, he met it, with blade and psychic wrath both. Its scream tore vox channels open. Its blood steamed black on the stones. Another came, and another. He broke them with steel, and with words of exorcism spoken like condemnations from the mouth of judgment itself. At the furnace stack, marked by the melted brass angel, they found the shrine. By dawn, it was gone. The gatemouth had been sealed in a pyramid of corpses and molten slag. The last cult priest was nailed alive to the furnace wall, with rail spikes through his wrists and jaw. What remained of the demonic host had either been banished into shrieking fire or pulped under tracked armor as the surviving regiments swept the district in methodical kill lines. The planet was saved in the narrow and joyless way Imperial victories were often saved. By the next evening, the hive was a charnel sphere of ash, plague pits, and funeral columns. Pyres burned from the equator to the polar labour camps. Refugee roads became corpse roads. Contamination tribunals sat without sleep. Whole districts were cordoned for cleansing and never reopened. The official tally called the campaign a triumph. No one who had seen the city believed the word. Quixos stood once more within the ruined basilica as the last reports came in. His retinue was diminished. 2 stormtrooper squads were gone. 1 psyker was dead, another blind and gibbering. The penitents were all expended. Vale's left sleeve was stiff with blood from a wound he had not yet bothered to bind. All of them looked half buried already, as if the ash had begun claiming them before death. An astropathic cipher seal clattered from the receiver tray of the Vox shrine. The savant took one glance at the authorization glyph and went pale. He carried it to Quixos in both trembling hands. "My lord, priority extremis, Ordo Malleus route, verified." Quixos broke the seal and read. For the first time in many hours, stillness deepened around him rather than emanating from him. The flames in the nave gutters hissed softly. Somewhere outside, a bell collapsed. Vale said, "What world?" Quixos folded the message. Lacan the 15th. The interrogator knew the tone in that answer. Not concern, Not dread, recognition. What is the nature of the incursion? Quixos turned toward the basilica doors, where the night beyond glowed red over a city he had saved by butchering it. Demonic, he said. Severe. He began to walk. Behind him, his retinue gathered itself from exhaustion and fear, and followed the only monster in the Imperium they trusted more than the dark. Lacan the 15th had forgotten the meaning of sky. What hung above the world was no true heaven, no breathable vault of weather and light, but a red and ulcerous canopy in which cloud banks folded like bruised flesh and bled in slow sheets across the manufacturing continents. Rain fell every hour, and what it rained was not water. It was pink slurry. It was greasy filth threaded with hair. It was blood so thinned and debased by the warp's touch that it struck the steel planes with the sound of wet meat slapped onto an execution block. It streamed from smokestacks in reverse, climbing upward for a time before gravity remembered itself. It dripped from statues, from gun barrels, from the Saint masks welded onto hab doors. It soaked the dead and made them seem newly butchered. Across the ferrocrete miles of the primary industrial zone, Vox traffic howled itself to madness. No order held for long. Machine spirits screamed over every channel. Cogitators babbled liturgical fragments in voices warped by static and demon laughter. Sirens wailed from towers whose control shrines had been nailed over with stretched skin. Conveyor lines moved by themselves, carrying severed limbs and scrap iron in equal measure to furnaces burning cold and green. Great assembly engines stamped out hull plating in rhythms that matched no approved pattern, each thunderous impact accompanied by the sound of something beneath the floor trying to answer. And into that blasphemous industry, Quixos drove the war. He did not direct it from high orbit behind armoured viewports and confidence screens. He did not stand at a hololith table aboard a cruiser and speak of vectors while others bled in his place. He was on the ground where the air peeled paint from tanks and made unshielded eyes burst. He was at the fore of each assault line, black coat crusted with drying red matter, boots caked in the runoff of men, servitors and things no longer fit to bear any name from the imperial tongue. He went where the breach was strongest, where the demons came thickest, where the factory cathedrals groaned with possession and the walls flexed as if trying to expel the armies moving through them. Severian Vale saw him on the line and understood, not for the first time, why men spoke of Quixos as though he were some elect terror sent down from the throne itself. The Inquisitor walked through shellfire as if insulted by it. Around him, stormtroopers in scorched black carapace moved in assault wedges, hellguns hissing ruby lances into gantries writhing with cultists. Penitents bellowed through broken teeth as they were driven ahead with electro flails, their chain-bound bodies serving as both sacrificial shield and bait for things lurking in the dark. 2 sanctioned psychers, ward-scored and iron-collared, shuffled at Quixos's rear under guard, their lips whispering prayers and curses in the same breath. Above, Valkyries screamed between refinery towers trailing smoke, while the gun batteries deployed behind the advance pounded blessed shells into manufactoria districts already so contaminated that the distinction between bombardment and exorcism no longer mattered. Ahead loomed the forge complex known as Dorsch Minoris. Its walls had once been adamantine plasteel and riveted sanctity. Now they pulsed. Vast pressure doors sweated blood from the seams. Furnace stacks bent like soft wax under invisible hands. Gargoyle vents had fused into one another and grown teeth. Every shrine niche in the outer wall held not a saint but a worker, crucified upright in rusted robes, their mouths still moving in praise to whatever had taken root beneath the assembly lines. "Advance," Quixos said over the vox. His voice did not rise. It never needed to. It carried through the static, as if the static itself recognized superior authority. The response was immediate. Demolition teams broke from cover. Melter charges blossomed white against the swollen gate hinges. Heavy weapon squads opened up from the flanks, stitching incandescent fire across the parapets, where horned silhouettes capered in the flesh rain. One of the psychers began to convulse. The other leaned close to Quixos and hissed through bleeding gums. There is a mind within the Iron Lord, vast, hungry, watching. "Then let it watch," said Quixos. The gates burst inward. The first thing through was not man but steam, a continent of it, rolling hot and red and carrying with it the stink of marrow, machine oil and opened entrails. Then came the defenders, hundreds at first, workers, Skitari auxiliaries, enforcers, line troopers, all changed in ways too complete for pity and too fresh for comfort. Some were bloated with fungal masses. Some had their faces peeled back by bone growth that left the eyes staring from rings of exposed teeth. Some moved on limbs that had become jointed wrong, like insects hastily sculpted from human remains. All of them came screaming. The stormtroopers cut them down in ordered volleys, but the factory itself fought harder than its slaves. Overhead cranes tore free of their tracks and swung down in spasms of impossible speed. Conveyor belts reversed, hurling red-hot shell casings and fragments of blade metal through the assault columns. Servo arms ripped men apart and offered up the pieces to furnace mouths that chanted as they devoured. A blast door opened in the floor and vomited a wash of liquid brass through a whole squad of guardsmen, skinning them to the bone before they could finish screaming. Vale put 2 rounds from his bolt pistol into the face of a cult overseer as the thing leapt from a catwalk. He landed hard, rolled, and came up behind a half-collapsed press line where he found Quixos already moving onward through the kill zone. "My lord," Vale voxed, "the rear companies are taking losses from the walls themselves. We can collapse this complex from outside." "No. The breach concentration is here, but the command structure remains unidentified." Quixos turned in the drifting steam. His face was masked in blood spray that was not his own. His eyes were pale and alive with a ruthless clarity Vale had come to know as battle focus, and others mistook for zeal. "It is below," said Quixos. "The thing that has fastened itself to this place is below. I will not kill its limbs and leave its mouth intact." Before Vale could answer, the floor beneath the nearest firing line split open. Something came through. It was large enough that the broken decking seemed to buckle around it in pain. Limbs first, all talons and black-red sinew plated in brass that looked grown rather than forged. Then the torso, broad as a cargo hauler and split by a rib cage that opened and closed like the petals of a steel flower. Last came the head, if head it could be called, a helm-shaped mass of horn and glaring eyes, with a jaw full of human hands that clenched and unclenched where teeth should have been. The thing roared, and every machine in the forge roared with it. Men died in that first heartbeat, not by blade, but by failure. Helm lenses burst inward, Vox units detonated. One of the sanctioned psychers dropped to his knees with smoke pouring from his ears and began clawing his own face away. A crane hook the size of a shuttle slammed down through a squad of troopers and raised them back up impaled and kicking. The demon stepped fully into sight and the warp came with it. Quixos did not hesitate. He went toward it. Vale shouted something he could not later remember and ran after him, but there was no catching him then. Quixos moved as if the rest of the battle had become irrelevant. Hell pistol barking in one hand, force blade in the other, he crossed the torn floor through sprays of molten brass and tumbling debris with the certainty of a man going to an appointment long expected. The demon came to meet him with equal hunger. Their first clash sounded like a cathedral bell dropped into a meat grinder. Quixos's blade bit into brass hide and shed blue witchfire. The demon's forelimbs scythed down and carved a trench through plasteel where the Inquisitor had stood a breath before. He pivoted, fired point blank into the thing's open rib maw, and was rewarded by a burst of burning gore that hit his coat and began trying to eat through it. He ignored the smoke rising from the cloth. His lips moved in hexagrammic censure. Light like a wound in reality flared around his blade arm. The demon laughed, not with a voice, with every speaker unit in the forge, with every alarm klaxon, with every machine spirit driven to agony by its presence. Its mirth came through the iron around them, and the walls trembled with it. It struck again, faster. One claw sheared through Quixos's shoulder plate, ripping ceramite and flesh in a burst of blood. Another tore open the chest of a stormtrooper trying to reach him. The man came apart from sternum to spine, organs slapping wetly onto the decking. Quixos stepped through the falling remains and drove his blade into the demon's side up to the hilt. The creature reared, all its eyes widening, and hammered him backward with a blow that cracked the plasteel beneath his boots. Vale was firing now, shouting for concentration fire, for melter teams, for the Emperor, and for anyone still alive enough to hear him. It made no difference. The demon and Quixos were locked at the center of the forge like the heart of the battle made flesh. Then Quixos made the mistake that damned him. He chose proximity over prudence. Instead of falling back and letting the heavier guns strip the creature apart, he lunged inside its killing arc, one gauntlet locking around a brass growth at its throat, while he rammed his force blade upward through the thing's skull. Psychic force erupted through the wound in a white gold blast. The demon shrieked. The whole forge screamed with it. Cracks raced across walls and support columns. Flesh rain outside turned instantly to steam, and as it died, it retaliated. One final claw drove forward under Quixos's raised arm. Vale saw it enter. It punched through the Inquisitor's cuirass, through muscle and lung, and buried itself deep in his chest with a sound like a stake being driven into a coffin. Quixos's body jerked hard. Blood sprayed from his mouth and pattered black-red across the brass hide of the thing he was killing. Then the demon split apart in fire. For a moment, Quixos remained standing, impaled on the broken talon left behind. Then he fell to one knee. Vale reached him first. The stormtroopers formed a ring around them, firing outward at the remaining cultists, and warp things still slithering from the lower decks. Up close, the wound looked impossible. The claw had snapped off inside him, but not cleanly. A length of it protruded from between shattered armor plates, hooked and dark, steaming where his blood touched it. His chest rose once, then seized. His eyes were open and terrible. "Medici!" Vale barked over the vox. "Now!" Quixos grabbed his wrist with a strength that shocked him. "Do not retreat," the Inquisitor rasped. Blood ran from the corner of his mouth. "Take the lower shrine. Burn everything. My lord, you are dying. Then obey quickly." He released Vale and forced himself upright by will alone. He took one step, then another, one hand pressed to the ruin of his chest, the other raising his blade toward the lower levels of the forge, where the last corrupted defenders were beginning to waver. "Advance," he said again. The word became law. They took Dorsh Minoris by dusk. They found the lower shrine beneath the assembly pits. A cathedral of chain conveyors and suspended carcasses, where the cult had fed workers in their thousands to a furnace that opened into the warp. Quixos ordered cyclonic promethium through the whole substructure and watched the place burn while his own blood ran into his boots. He collapsed only when the final prayer of cleansing was spoken. The surgery that followed was performed aboard the strike cruiser, Sanctity of Scourge, in the apothecarian vaults reserved for matters too compromised for ordinary medici eyes. Autosaws descended on mechadendrite arms. Bone spreaders ratcheted open his ribcage with wet cracking sounds that made lesser men retch behind their masks. Servo skulls counted blood loss in calm monotones, while the floor drains clogged red beneath the slab. 12 litres replaced. 17 litres lost in total. Cardiac wall breached. Foreign object anchored. Mechanicus chirurgeons worked beside fleshborn medici, while prayer servitors intoned machine litanies to augmetics, straining past approved thresholds. Vale stood behind a pane of armoured glass and watched Quixos opened from throat to abdomen, like a sacrificial offering laid upon a steel altar. The shard within him glistened black bronze. It had not merely pierced the heart, it had nested there. Veins had already begun to knot around it, embracing it, as if his own flesh mistook the thing for a vital organ. A Magos Medica lifted its visor and turned a lens array toward Vale. If extraction is attempted, it said, subject mortality is absolute. How long does he have if it remains? The machine paused, as if the answer required reverence. Unknown. Continued survival probabilities increase if the object is left embedded. Contamination probabilities increase correspondingly. Another medicae, face half augmetic and wet with sweat, whispered the truth no one wished to shape aloud. It is in the heart. It beats with him. Quixos regained consciousness before they had finished suturing him closed. He should not have. The narcotic load would have flattened a combat servitor, yet his eyes opened, fever-bright and merciless, and he looked down through the restraint field at the ruin of his own chest. The Magos began to explain the prognosis. Quixos silenced it with a raised finger. If it remains, he said, every word dragged over broken glass. What changes? The medici exchanged glances. Vale stepped closer to the glass. My lord, he said, purity protocols demand quarantine. There may yet be sanctioned means to preserve your life through stasis and transfer. Quixos did not look at him. He looked only at the black shard in the cavity of his chest and at the way tiny filaments of his own flesh had already twined around it. A weapon, he said softly, does not become evil because it is sharp. Vale felt cold settle inside him. My lord. Now Quixos did look at him, and there was iron in the gaze, and something else beneath it, some new and whispering depth not present before. Seal the wound, he ordered. Leave it where it lies. No one argued after that. The first changes came quietly. Black veins spread from the scar in his chest in delicate branching webs beneath the skin. Not the thick corruption of a plague thing, not yet, but subtle traceries like ink lines drawn by a patient and blasphemous hand. He slept little. When sleep did take him, it took him violently. Servitors found him standing in the dark outside his chamber more than once. Barefoot on cold iron decking, blood running from one nostril while he listened to something no one else could hear. Then came the seizures. Not many, not public, but enough. Vale entered the Strategium one watch cycle to find Quixos on both knees before the hololith, fingers hooked into the edge of the projector dais hard enough to bleed. His whole body was rigid, his teeth were bared. Every lumen in the chamber flickered in time with the spasms running through him. Then, just as suddenly, It ended. Quixos stood, wiped the blood from his mouth with clinical indifference, and began issuing orders for an ambush against a cult convoy no Auspex had yet detected. The convoy emerged 6 hours later, exactly where he said it would. After that, men watched him differently. He could smell lies. Vale saw it happen. A quartermaster gave a casualty report altered to protect his own command failures, and Quixos turned his head before the man had finished speaking, as though catching a scent on the air. He had the officer shot mid-sentence, and then ordered the hidden ammunition caches uncovered from beneath the floor of the supply chapel. They were there. He could read battlefields before scouts returned from them. He redirected artillery against an apparently loyal district, insisting the refugees flooding out of it were a mask for cult movement. Vale protested, for form if nothing else. Quixos gave him one hard look, and the bombardment proceeded. When the shells burst among the Habs, the streets vomited armed heretics in their thousands. He began to dissect sanctioned psychers after engagements, not to destroy them, but to study the peculiar marks, certain warp manifestations left behind in nerve tissue and the soul-sensitive folds of the brain. He did not merely authorize such acts, he attended them. Vale once passed the chamber and saw Quixos standing over a split-open telepath, while chirurgeons peeled the skull back in steaming sections and catalogued the twitching grey matter beneath. There was no pleasure on the Inquisitor's face. That might have been easier to understand. There was only attention. Compassion did not vanish from him in a single dramatic fracture. It was worse than that. It thinned. It calcified. It became method. A regiment begged for time to evacuate a shrine city still judged mostly loyal. Quixos denied it and ordered macro shelling before the request had fully crossed the Vox. A group of captured workers fell to their knees in prayer as he entered the chamber. He executed the first for contamination, the second for hesitation, the third for looking relieved after the first two died. In each case, he spoke the sentence before he fired, as if extending the dignity of formality to acts from which mercy had already been amputated. The war on Lacan XV ended in the imperial fashion. Victory, fire, silence, ash. The breach was sealed. The manufactoria were purged. The surviving population was reduced to labour pools, small enough to monitor and fearful enough to obey. The enemy was banished, burned, buried or pressed into secret inquisitorial records, under seals no sane man would ever break. But the true aftermath belonged to Quixos alone. He went one night to a chapel deep in the cruiser's lower decks, a place built from the polished bones of extinct saints and lit by candles that smoked black in their silver racks. He dismissed the guards. He dismissed Vale. He entered unarmed, except for the thing inside him. The chapel smelled of hot wax, scorched marrow, and old incense. Before the altar, he stood in silence, one hand resting over the sealed scar beneath his robes. At first, he listened only to his own heartbeat. Then he heard the second rhythm within it. Not another heart. Not exactly. A counterpulse. A dry, patient scrape between the beats, as if talons were lightly tapping from the inside of his chest. With it came whispers so low he could not decide whether they were words or the memory of words. Promises, perhaps, mockery, or simply recognition. He closed his eyes. All his life he had hunted the warp as something beyond the skin, an intrusion, a stain, a foreign kingdom forever battering at the walls of man. Standing there in the bone chapel with the candles guttering and the scar in his chest burning like a coal under the flesh, he understood that boundary had been broken. He no longer felt the immaterium as a hostile sea outside the hull. He felt it pulsing in time with his own blood, and for the first time, in the deepest chamber of his soul, he did not recoil. Magenor did not smell corrupted. That was the first thing Quixos noticed, and the first thing that offended him. Worlds touched by the warp usually betrayed themselves in the old, predictable ways. Rot in the incense, blood under the temple stone, sweat-cold fear in the mouths of men pretending loyalty, manufactoria clotted with unclean machine oil, choir vaults humming wrong notes to dead saints. He had hunted through enough damned hives and plague cathedrals to know the spore of the abyss as well as any sanctioned man of the Ordo Malleus alive. Magenor had none of that. The capital hive glittered beneath a pale mountain sky with all the polished arrogance of an imperial success. Its high terraces shone with marble and bronze. Merchant towers rose in ordered ranks around the cathedral quarter. Processional roads were washed clean. Shrine bells rang at the proper hours. The void ports thrummed with legal cargoes, stamped manifests, and dutiful labour lines moving beneath servo-lashed overseers. Men bowed at the sight of Quixos. Priests intoned approved prayers. Nobles wore sanctified smiles and sold one another luxuries behind lacquered doors. It looked healthy. It looked obedient. It looked like a lie told by a man with expensive teeth. Quixos stood beneath the shadow of a triumphal arch at the edge of the upper market and watched a line of pilgrims shuffle toward a reliquary chapel shaped like an open hand. The pilgrims were gaunt, rag-wrapped, sincere in the weak and pitiable way of the lower orders. They came clutching ration slips, prayer strips, and little votive bowls of salt. They thought they were buying blessings. Across from the chapel, beneath a silk awning of deep blue and gold, a factor in velvet gloves sold them something in stoppered glass ampules. The liquid inside each vial was luminous and pearl pale. "A tonic for grief," said the factor gently to a bent-backed hab elder. "Consecrated through sanctioned channels, it eases memory, it invites serenity. You may sleep without dreams." The old man paid with coin and left weeping in gratitude. Quixos watched him go. Interrogator Severian Vale stood at his side, hard-eyed beneath his travel hood, one hand resting near the butt of his concealed pistol. Behind them, the rest of the retinue maintained a careful sprawl through the market crowd. Stormtroopers dressed as caravan guards, a pair of savants cloaked as clerks, two sanctioned psychers hooded and collared beneath merchant robes, their mouths tattooed with seal script hidden from casual view. No one wore the authority of the Inquisition openly, not yet. Vale kept his voice low. The local tithe records are immaculate, better than expected. Guild taxes exceed projections. Food distribution is stable. Civil unrest is negligible. "That is not a comfort," said Quixos. "No." They stood in silence as another customer stepped beneath the silk awning. This one was a nobleman by his posture alone, narrow-faced and perfumed, rings on every finger, cheeks drawn too tight from juvenile treatments and self-regard. He held out his hand, and the factor pricked the palm with a needle of black metal. A bead of blood welled. The factor touched it to the lip of a waiting bowl fashioned from dark crystal. Only then did he present the ampule. The nobleman bowed before receiving it, not to the seller, to the bowl. Quixos's eyes narrowed. "Follow the trade routes," he said. Vale gave the order with a subvocal click across the bead vox hidden at his throat. The market seemed, at first glance, no different from 10,000 other noble quarters on 10,000 compliant worlds. But Quixos had not survived as long as he had by trusting first glances. He watched the invisible geometry beneath the commerce, the almost devotional regularity of certain exchanges, the recurrence of subtle marks on crates, ledgers, seal wax and ring faces. Certain merchants never haggled. Certain buyers always bled before purchase. Certain cargoes moved under ecclesiarchal exemptions that should not have existed, and did so without challenge from the local adeptus arbites. He saw desire being shaped, not whipped into frenzy as with the cruder cults of hive underdecks, but directed with craft, patience, and market discipline. Men left certain stalls calmer than before, or greedier, or more suggestible, or hollow-eyed with revelation. A widow purchased a black candle wrapped in prayer silk and walked away wearing the expression of a man who had just signed away a soul he never knew he possessed. A guild factor exchanged 3 caskets of spice for a tiny reliquary carved from what looked very much like fingerbone. A merchant prince entered one curtained pavilion with a bodyguard cohort and emerged alone, smiling like a penitent who had finally found forgiveness in the dark. Magenor did not stink of corruption. It exhaled it as perfume. The first hard evidence was found beneath a counting house near the lower trade terraces. One of Vale's covert teams intercepted a courier, took his satchel, copied the ledgers, and put the body down a furnace shaft. The books revealed payment channels that should not have intersected. Noble houses, merchant combines, ecclesiarchal charities, apothecary guilds, pilgrim hostels, arms depots, scriptorum exchanges. Goods moved between them under ordinary titles, but the quantities and timing formed another language. Not trade, initiation. Quixos studied the copied pages alone in his chamber, while the ship's lumen strips bled cold light across the ink. He traced columns of false charity against shipments of devotional unguents, shrine wine, medicinal compounds, and funerary ash. Every 7th entry carried a cipher mark shaped like an opened eye. Every 9th was balanced by blood tithes, concealed as debt forgiveness. Every ledger was perfect in the administratum sense, and monstrous in the deeper one. The organization behind it named itself the Mystic Path. The local cardinal denounced them publicly as little more than eccentric nobles with unhealthy tastes in relics and continental trade, yet his own retainers had been seen entering their mountain fastness under armed escort. Their public doctrine was soft, pious, and mercantile. Discovery through transaction, illumination through exchange. A man knew his own soul best, they taught, when he learned what he would surrender to improve it. Vice was merely unmeasured need. Purity was disciplined appetite. Suffering could be refined into value. Desire, properly guided, was a ladder. Their words came wrapped in silk. Their meanings came wrapped around throats. Quixos should have burned them the moment he understood their nature. That was what any proper Inquisitor would have done. Land in force, seize the upper markets, put the guild houses to the torch, hang every noble whose blood had ever touched a path bowl, drag priests and merchants screaming from their counting chambers, salt the mountain roads, scatter the archives, build pyres high enough that the smoke could be seen from orbit, and call it justice. He did not. He watched. Days became weeks. Raids were conducted, but not where the path expected. Lesser cells were taken in the lower hive. Warehouse shrines were seized at the edge of the pilgrim wards. Street preachers were broken on inquiry racks. Middle-tier brokers disappeared from their litters at night and reappeared skinless in sealed crypts. Every inch of their exposed flesh inscribed with confession script, burned in by electro-needle. Informants found themselves dragged hooded through black corridors and laid upon iron tables beneath lumen glare until memory scorchers stripped their minds into stammering fragments. By dawn, they remembered only obedience and pain. All of it was brutal. None of it touched the heart. Quixos had begun to suspect what the path truly was, and suspicion stayed his hand where righteousness once would have guided it. These men were not merely worshippers, they were logisticians of corruption, brokers of calibrated longing. The warp had not made them rabid, it had made them efficient. That interested him. It should not have. He knew that even then, in the private and heavily warded chambers of his mind, where doctrine was still permitted to accuse desire, yet he could not deny what stood before him. The Imperium fought chaos by blunt trauma, fire, extermination, ignorance elevated to sacrament. Worlds were saved by becoming graveyards. Entire populations were reduced to ash so that a handful of archives might remain untainted. Mankind survived because it bled more bodies into the dark than any enemy could consume in one age. It was not victory, it was endurance. And endurance, he had come to despise, was often only failure spread across time. The thing in his heart beat softly beneath that thought. At night, he felt it most clearly. The shard lodged in him had become less like a wound and more like a secret organ, dry and patient and listening. It lent edges to his perception. Lies tasted metallic on the air. Fear showed itself in pulse rhythms and pupil contractions before words betrayed it. Sleep still came poorly, and when it came, it often struck with images of impossible geometries, black reliquaries opening like flowers, coins falling through blood instead of into it, and market crowds whose faces split apart to reveal chanting mouths within mouths. He no longer recoiled from the visions. He interrogated them. That was how the first emissary of the mystic path came to him, not openly, not with fanfare. A man of middle years, soft-voiced and finely dressed, was allowed to be captured by a stormtrooper sweep near a wine exchange in the Upper District. He surrendered without protest. Under questioning, he gave no useful names. Under pain, he gave prayers. Under psychic pressure, he smiled through nosebleeds and said only this: "My masters wish to know whether you have come to destroy ignorance or merely to punish ambition." Vale broke 3 fingers personally. The man did not change his answer. Quixos had him brought to a chamber below the rented fortress house the Inquisition had taken as its covert seat. It was a plain stone room. No icons, no windows, a drain in the floor, 2 lumen globes, a single chair bolted to the decking. The emissary sat in it shackled and bloodied, though his smile remained maddeningly unbroken. Quixos entered alone. The man inclined his head. "Inquisitor, you know me. One does not traffic in the hidden markets of souls without learning the names of those who hunt them. You traffic in souls, then. We traffic in hunger. Souls merely travel with it." Quixos stood over him and said nothing for a time. The silence lengthened until it became a weapon. Most men folded in such silences. This one seemed to relax. At last, Quixos spoke. "You use artifacts touched by the Immaterium to stimulate demand, shape loyalty, and alter civic conduct. You have embedded yourselves in noble commerce, shrine economies, and civic debt structures. You hide blasphemy inside legal exchange." The emissary's eyes glimmered. "You make it sound vulgar." "It is." "No, Lord Inquisitor. It is refined. Vulgarity is the cult in the underhive with an axe and a severed head. Vulgarity is the plague preacher fondling his own sores before a rabble of corpse-eaters. We are not that. We are disciplined appetite. We are managed revelation. You are heretics." The man smiled wider. "And yet you have not burned us." Quixos leaned down close enough to smell the wine and blood on the other man's breath. "Not yet." "Then perhaps there is wisdom in you." There is purpose in me." "Of course," said the emissary softly. "Purpose is merely desire that has been taught to kneel." Quixos struck him hard enough to break the chair bolts and send both chair and prisoner crashing sideways across the stone. When the guards dragged the man away afterward, half his teeth were gone and one eye had swollen shut. He was still laughing. Vale waited outside the chamber, face set in that old expression he wore when fear and discipline had to share the same flesh. "My lord, say the word, and I will have the whole nest put to flame." Quixos walked past him. "No." Vale followed. "Then we are treating with them. We are studying them. They invited this. They exposed themselves. There is a difference." Vale kept pace. "You once told me there is no useful distinction between compromise and infection." "I said that before, Lacan." The interrogator fell silent for 3 steps. Then he said, very carefully, "You are changing." Quixos stopped in the corridor and turned. The lumen light showed the scar at his throat, the harsh planes of his face, the exhaustion he hid better than other men hid fear, and beneath the collar of his robe, the faint black tracery of veins that no medica hand had ever managed to reverse. "I am refining," he said. "There is a gulf between the two." It did not sound like a reassurance. From that day, the relationship ceased to be accidental. Quixos never appeared at the Path's public markets again, but his agents began touching the organization in deliberate ways. A seized relic from a lower hive shrine was not catalogued in the inquisitorial vaults. Instead, it vanished into a false evidence stream and reappeared inside a sealed coffer delivered by night to one of the Path's mountain factors. A captured broker, who should have been executed, was instead turned over to an unmarked carriage after his mind had been burned clean of names, but left full of implanted triggers and false loyalties. Forged ledgers were introduced into merchant circulation to track which houses reacted to whispers of new relic stock. Black site chambers were built beneath an abandoned monastery in the foothills, where sanctioned psychers were chained inside resonance circles and exposed to curated fragments of corrupted artifacts, while scribes recorded every seizure, every shriek, every change in ocular pressure and warp bleed. Some subjects died instantly. Some did not die at all, which was worse. One trusted subordinate did not survive his loyalty. His name had been Brother Captain Wren, a veteran of Quixos's own household soldiery, a hard and devout killer who had followed him through plague wars and demon hunts with the obedience of a forged blade. When one of the black site ward chambers required live testing against low-grade possession pressure, Vale suggested using condemned cultists. Quixos declined. "Cultists fail too quickly," he said. "Fear of damnation changes the pattern." Wren accepted the order in silence when it came. He did not understand it until the ward circle was closed and the reliquary opened. Vale remained present for the first phase. He watched the captain kneeling within silver lines, stripped to the waist, prayer tattoos gleaming with sweat, while the black iron casket on the opposite side of the chamber exhaled a sweetness so foul it made the eyes water. The thing inside was small, perhaps no larger than a human heart, wrapped in black silk and suspended over heated coals. Its pulse of influence was almost tender. At first, Wren simply trembled. Then he began reciting the Catechism of Steel in a voice that thickened with each line. Then the veins in his neck rose like cables. Then he started begging the Emperor to close his gaze. Finally, he looked at Quixos with all the broken horror of a son betrayed by a father. "My lord," he whispered. "I can hear it." Quixos took one step nearer the ward line. "What does it say?" Wren swallowed blood and tears together. "It says it has always been here. The possession did not take him fully. That was the result Quixos desired. The wards held. The relic pressed and probed and insinuated. Ren's mind ruptured slowly under controlled exposure while every reaction was logged. By the end of the trial, he still breathed, but whatever had once looked out through his eyes was gone, leaving behind only a thing that whimpered at corners and clawed its own skin whenever a prayer was spoken aloud. Vale argued afterward in the privacy of the strategium. This is not study, this is desecration. This is data. He was yours. He was useful. He trusted you. Quixos turned from the hololith. Do not confuse trust with exemption. Vale's jaw tightened. There are men in the household who think you are pursuing a necessary road. They say Magenor requires subtlety, and that you are using the enemy's structure against itself. And the others. They say no loyal servant of the throne should still be standing where you now stand. Quixos stepped closer until only a pace separated them. Then let them decide whether they fear my methods more than they fear the dark beyond the veil. Let them choose whether purity is worth extinction. I am no longer interested in the comfort of fools. That schism widened by the day. Some of the retinue hardened around him. The younger storm officers admired his results. Certain savants, drunk on proximity to forbidden knowledge, convinced themselves they were witnessing the evolution of inquisitorial warfare. One of the sanctioned psychers fell to his knees and called Quixos chosen by the Emperor to break old dogma. Quixos had the man's tongue removed for presumption, then returned him to active use. Others saw the shape of the descent more clearly. 2 clerks attempted flight and were found by dawn hanging upside down in the monastery cistern, skin stripped from their backs in perfect devotional bands. A confessor assigned to the household vanished after accusing Quixos of standing too long in the shadow of unclean things. His skull was later discovered lacquered and set into the base of a market shrine where customers left blood tithe in exchange for narcotic blessings. And still the mystic path spoke to Quixos in tones of courtesy. Messages reached him in silk wrappings, in false trade tallies, in devotional wine crates. Never threats, never crude invitations. Always the same soft language of agreement disguised as reverence. Understanding is the first mercy. Value lies hidden in reviled things. The wise man purchases truth where fools would only condemn the market. When at last Quixos accepted a private meeting, it took place not in the mountain fastness, but in a cellar chapel beneath an old banking house. There he saw the reliquaries themselves, black caskets bound in silver thread, prayer chains made from polished finger bones, glass bowls lined in the residue of repeated blood offerings, shelves of blessed poisons labelled as apothecary cures, a room where noble patrons knelt in quiet rows as attendants drew blood from their palms and exchanged it for dreams in crystal ampules. No chanting, no frenzy, no animal ecstasy, only transaction, only devotion refined into commerce. Quixos stood among those artifacts and felt the hard core of his doctrine taking final shape. The Imperium feared knowledge because knowledge required judgment, and judgment required minds stronger than rote piety. So it raised cathedrals to ignorance and called the result faith. It survived by superstition, by mass sacrifice, by the endless expenditure of human bodies in quantity so vast that failure could be hidden inside arithmetic. It was not strong, it was merely immense. He would be strong. He would understand what others burned unread. He would take apart the enemy and learn the joints of it. He would master the pressure points of damnation and use them as levers. No Puritan would dare the road before him because Puritans were priests with weapons, not hunters with nerve. He left that chapel more dangerous than when he entered it. Near midnight on the 17th day after the cellar meeting, the first warning came. A courier arrived from the Void Port under triple seal, bearing astropathic transcriptions and a dead relay adept whose throat had been cut after delivery to preserve secrecy. The message was brief. One of the savants decoded it in the monastery war room, while Vale stood beside the table and Quixos watched without blinking. When the final cipher lock fell away, the chamber seemed to cool. Vale read aloud. Ordo Malleus movement confirmed. Inquisitor Helgrund, in pursuit of prescribed tome, identified as the Malus Codicium. Trail departed Zandrini Prime after loss at the Library of Othella. Probable destination Magenor. Helgrund accompanied by armed retinue and supported by local ecclesiarchal warrants. Silence followed. Even the psychers in the adjoining chamber seemed to sense it. Helgrund, a Puritan name, a name spoken with approval in conclaves, where men still believed there were clean wars left to fight. A hammer of the old doctrine, the sort of inquisitor who destroyed first and searched the ash later, the sort who would burn the mystic path gladly and then turn his blessed wrath upon any brother who had stood too near the flame without recoiling. Vale looked up from the slate. He is closing. Quixos took the message from his hand and read it once himself. The Malus Codicium, a forbidden book, a guide to summoning, a grimoire so dangerous that other inquisitors crossed sectors to chase even rumours of it. If Helgrund had traced it this far, then Magenor was no longer merely a hidden market wrapped around warp commerce. It had become a crossroads. Quixos folded the message and slipped it into his sleeve. At the far end of the chamber, one of the candle flames guttered blue for a heartbeat and then returned to yellow. No one spoke of it. Vale asked the question at last. "What are your orders?" Quixos turned toward the dark window slit where the mountain knight stared back like a blind eye. "Prepare the household," he said. "Seal the lower vaults. Remove every ledger that matters. Shift the reliquaries before dawn. And find out where Helgrund intends to land." Vale hesitated. "My lord, if he comes here and sees what you have built, there will be no accommodation." Quixos's expression did not change. "I do not seek accommodation." Outside, somewhere beyond the monastery walls and the sleeping markets and the silk-draped shrines of Magenor, the road to reckoning had already begun its climb. Helgrund came to Magenor by way of ashes, missing shelves and murdered custodians. The trail of the Malus Codicium had led him first to Zandrini Prime, then to the Library of Othella, where he found only theft, silence, and fear, and from there to the mountain world, whose merchant altars and velvet markets now hid the rot he had been hunting across the stars. He did not come as a diplomat, nor as one inquisitor seeking the courtesy of another's leave. He came as a judge with a warhammer in one hand and a death sentence already composed in the other. The landers of his household descended through a sky the colour of old parchment, over snow-capped ridges and processional roads that wound toward the capital hive like devotional scars. Magenor was too clean for a world carrying this much sin. The roads were swept, the shrines were polished. Pilgrims still climbed in patient lines with votive lanterns and bleeding hands. Merchant bells chimed above the upper terraces. Cargo crawlers rumbled from Guild Quarter to Void Port under the eyes of obedient servitors and dutiful clerks. Even the mountain air tasted clean. Helgrund hated it at once. Open blasphemy was easier. Open blasphemy was honest. A plague pit did not pretend to be a garden. A demon chapel did not bother itself with trade law and charitable exemptions. But this world had hidden the abyss behind account books and prayer silk. It had taught corruption to keep ledgers and bow correctly in public. It had taught heresy manners. His small retinue spread with the discipline of practiced hunters. There were no banners, no seals displayed openly, no formal demands served through local governors. He trusted paper little and authorities less. The Cardinal of Magenor had offered him local support, a carefully chosen group of enforcers, shrine guards and lay agents sworn to purge the so-called mystic path. Helgrond accepted them because refusal would have been wasteful. He trusted them as one trusted Prometheum near open flame. He began with the markets. By the second night, he had taken 3 upper terrace warehouses, burned 7 stalls trading in sanctified narcotics, and hanged 14 merchants from a processional arch after finding reliquary dust and skin script in their private counting rooms. By the 4th, he had opened a vault beneath a guild chapel and found not coin, but black caskets bound in silver thread, each one containing some small warp-soaked obscenity wrapped like a gift. Teeth, bone rings, wax tablets engraved with impossible syllables, a sealed glass vessel full of human eyes that still tracked movement in the room. The local authorities called it smuggling. Helgrund called it catechized damnation. Every seizure yielded another route downward. Hidden chambers behind shrine walls, trap stairs beneath apothecary counters, archive cells concealed under innocent floors of polished marble. He found dead scribes with their hands sawn off and stacked beside them. He found ledgers written in cipher so elegant it looked liturgical, until one realized the sums referred not to cargo, but to blood volume and dream yield. He found hexagrammic wards painted upon cellar stone, and then defiled, amended, folded inward into geometries not meant to repel the warp, but guide it with all the care of a shipmaster turning a vessel toward harbour. He knelt before one such chamber in a merchant crypt and touched the floor with his hammer's sanctified head. The warding rings had been altered by a disciplined hand, not cult scrawl, not the frantic graffiti of some fevered sectary. This was scholarship. This was structure. Someone with training had done this. Someone who understood the old forms and had decided they were tools to be reworked rather than laws to be obeyed. One of his acolytes, a gaunt Lex mechanic named Rule, whispered through dry lips, "My lord, this work is informed by inquisitorial method." Helgrund rose slowly. "I know." The pogrom widened. Fires spread through noble estates. Silk awnings burned like flayed banners. Men of title and pedigree were dragged weeping from behind armored doors and marched through the streets in chains, while pilgrims watched in stunned silence. The mystic path broke apart under violence, but not in the way Helgrund expected. Lesser cells shattered at once. Brokers talked when shown irons and the old sacred instruments. Street priests denounced their patrons. Merchants sold one another for the chance to die more quickly. The core did not panic. The core withdrew. That troubled him more than resistance would have done. He had hunted demon cults on plague worlds, in void hulks, in underhive sump cathedrals, where the walls sweated blood. He knew what fear of exposure usually looked like. This was not it. Someone deeper within the organization was pruning branches, sacrificing the outer skin to preserve the bones. Every burned warehouse had already been stripped of its truest records. Every captured factor knew one tier upward and no more. Every hidden chamber was emptied a few hours before discovery, as though his thoughts moved ahead of him through the city. Hunter and prey were circling one another now, and both knew it. On the 7th night, he reached the mountain fastness. It rose above the northern terraces, where the pilgrim roads thinned and the snow line began, a fortress house built into the cliffs, all buttressed stone, blind windows and bronze doors worked with merchant saints. The path had used it as a retreat, archive, banquet hall and sanctuary. Helgrun's men breached it at dawn under melter-charged smoke and hammer blows. The defenders fought with quiet fanaticism, nobles in lacquered armour, half-possessed household guards hissing catechisms through split lips, servitors with reliquary cages grafted to their spines, 2 men wearing the faces of priests and the hands of butcher hooks. Helgrund killed 3 of them himself before he reached the inner halls. The place was a mausoleum of expensive blasphemy. Tapestries woven with saintly scenes had been overstitched in hair-thin gold to hide invocation patterns visible only up close. Banquet tables were laid with polished chalices, used not for wine, but for measured blood tithe. Behind a false apse, he found the archive chamber, where codices had been shelved in blackwood racks, according to devotional themes and degrees of spiritual yield. Every 3rd book was missing. In the centre of that chamber lay 6 dead scribes, arranged in a radial pattern around a cold brazier. Their eyes had been burned out with surgical precision. Their tongues had been nailed to the floor beside them. Someone had wanted them dead, but not quickly. Someone had wished to remove not merely witnesses, but every possibility of speech. Helgrun stared at the scene and felt the first hard certainty settle inside him like an iron nail. This was no longer the work of traders who had become heretics. This was command. This was doctrine. This was an intelligence as ruthless and disciplined as any Inquisitor's own. When he found the hidden chamber below the archive, the suspicion became fact. It lay beyond a descending stair concealed behind a shelf of devotional ledgers. The air down there was cold and dry, the stone dressed with old hexagrammic circles reworked into layered systems of warding, resonance channels and summoning geometry. It was a black laboratory. Iron couches, interrogation frames, rune-inscribed collars, silver bowls dark with old blood. A resonance cage large enough to hold a man upright while artifacts were exposed to him from every angle. Notes had been burned in haste, but not all of them. Fragments remained, measurements, exposure durations, psychic echo records, behavioral drift, possession threshold curves. Helgrun picked up one charred scrap and read half a line. Subject retained loyalty schema despite auditory infiltration. Not cult language, inquisitorial language. He closed his fist around the fragments so hard the edges cut his palm. "Whoever commands this," he said, "is not merely damned. He is learned." Rule answered from the stair. "My lord, there is more." In the next chamber stood a rack of weapons. Some were ordinary enough. Sanctified blades, stubbers, needle pistols, relic knives. Others had no right to exist in the same place as Imperial warding. A mace whose head pulsed like a gland. A spear wrapped in prayer strips that bled fresh every few breaths. A sword stand, empty but still warm to the touch, surrounded by black wax drippings and circles of ward script hastily scuffed away. Helgrun saw the marks on the stone floor and knew a blade had stood there recently. Something housed, fed, and consecrated in all the wrong ways. A demon weapon. Bound, directed, carried. Not some cult treasure hidden for adoration, but a tool kept ready for use. His expression hardened into something almost beyond anger. "Find me the master of this house," he said. The answer came before the order had finished echoing from the walls. "You already know him." The voice was calm, deep and unmistakably human. It came from the archway at the far side of the chamber, where the shadow between two cracked pillars had become occupied without any of Helgrun's guards seeing the approach. Quixos stood there. He wore black armor beneath a dark coat, trimmed in silver and ash. His face was leaner than Helgrund remembered from conclave portraits and campaign seals. Harder. The eyes were pale and pitiless, and beneath the collar there showed, for a heartbeat as he moved, a tracery of black veins beneath the skin. At his right side hung the sword that had left its mark upon the stone stand. The blade was sheathed in black metal, but even through the scabbard, Helgrund felt the pressure of it, the way a man feels thunder before he hears it. For one long second, no one moved. Then Helgrund's local auxiliaries began to murmur in confusion and fear. "Inquisitor!" one of them breathed, staring at Quixos' seal. Helgrund did not look away from the man across the chamber. "You," he said, and the word carried more loathing than a lesser man could have packed into a sermon. Quixos inclined his head very slightly. "Helgrund, this corruption is yours. It is under my control. You call this control. I call it utility." Helgrund stepped forward, thunderhammer lowering from his shoulder into guard position. Its sanctified field hummed to life with a white-blue growl. Around him, his retinue spread to firing lines, though not one of them looked eager to be the first mortal to move in a room suddenly occupied by two Inquisitors, and something worse inside the blade at one of their sides. You have trafficked with cults, hidden prescribed texts, defiled wards, conducted demonic experimentation, and murdered Imperial servants to protect your work. "Yes," said Quixos. No hesitation, no denial, no pretense. The simplicity of it was almost obscene. Helgrund felt his jaw tighten. Then hear sentence. "By the authority vested in me by the Holy Ordos, and by the immortal throne of terror, I declare you apostate, heretic, diabolist, and enemy of mankind." Quixos' mouth moved in what might once have been mistaken for a smile, if any warmth lived near it. "There it is," he said softly. "The old response, the old reflex. Name the thing, condemn the thing, and congratulate yourself that words have solved what ignorance could not. I have seen what your understanding produces. You have seen fragments, laboratories, markets, curated pathways. You mistake means for destination because you are too frightened to look beyond ritual. I am frightened of nothing." "No," said Quixos. "You are obedient to nothing. There is a difference, and men like you have bled the Imperium white by pretending otherwise." Helgrun's grip tightened on the hammer haft. "I have bled for the Imperium, as have I. Then you know this path leads only to damnation." Quixos' gaze did not waver. Damnation is what waits for weak men who touch power without the discipline to bend it. Chaos is not invincible. It is merely better understood by the enemy than by us. You call compromise heresy because the alternative would require courage greater than your creed allows. And you call treason courage because you no longer have the honesty to name your own weakness. Silence stretched between them, full of pressure and the smell of hot stone. Then Quixos drew the sword. The black sheath fell away with a hiss, like flesh parting under a blade. What emerged was no forged thing in any sane sense. The weapon was long, slightly curved, dark as coagulated blood, and alive with inner glimmers, the color of furnace embers seen through smoked glass. Script crawled along its length and vanished when directly looked at. The guard resembled horns or grasping claws, depending on how the eye chose to lie to itself. The air around it tightened. Karnagar the Deathly had been channeled into that blade and made into edge, hunger, and sacrilege. It was not merely a demon trapped in metal. It was a wound given shape and commanded to remain useful. Several of Helgrun's men flinched without meaning to. Helgrun did not. "So it is true," he said. Quixos raised the blade. "Everything worth doing is called impossible until it is done." The first shot came from one of the local enforcers, panic outrunning discipline. The last bolt crossed the chamber and struck Quixos's ward field in a burst of sparks. Then the room died. Helgrun charged with a roar that cracked through stone and incense smoke alike. His hammer came over in a two-handed arc fit to pulp ceramite and consecrate rubble. Quixos met it not by parrying strength with strength, but by stepping inside the worst of the blow, while Karnagar's edge angled upward. Hammer and demon blades struck. White sanctity and black-red blasphemy burst across the chamber in a ring of force that atomized the nearest two attendants where they stood. Flesh became vapor. Bone became grit. The pillar beside them shattered from floor to arch. Helgrun drove forward through the recoil, all his weight and wrath committed. The hammerhead clipped Quixos's shoulder and detonated the warding there, sending ceramite shards and blood into the air. Quixos answered with a slash that took one of Helgrun's acolytes through the throat, simply because the man had been too near the line of attack. Hot blood sheeted across the floor. Rule fired his pistol. The shot vanished in colliding fields. This was no elegant duel. It was murder performed at inquisitorial scale. Helgrun struck again, low this time, sweeping the hammer toward Quixos's knees. The demon blade caught the haft and shrieked against sanctified metal. Wards burst around both men in concentric flashes. Every silver line on the floor blackened at once. The resonance cages in the adjoining chamber blew apart, flinging iron fragments into attendants and walls. One of Quixos's hidden guards rushed in from the corridor and exploded into chunks of red mist when psychic backlash met the warded charm hanging at his throat. Quixos came in close and fast, cutting from the shoulder, then reversing into the ribs. Helgrun blocked one, took the other along his cuirass, sparks and blood bursting together. He replied with a hammer thrust to the sternum that drove Quixos backward through a stack of reliquary shelves. Bone boxes, warped codices, and jars of preserved organs crashed around him. "Compromise," Helgrun snarled, advancing through the debris, "is how damnation enters." "Impotence," Quixos answered, rising amid the wreckage, "is how it remains." The black veins at Quixos's throat stood out stark beneath his skin. His eyes were fever-bright now, lit from within by conviction, exhaustion, and something less human. The shard in his heart beat with him. Helgrun could feel it in the pressure changes of the room, in the way candles guttered when Quixos moved, in the scent of iron and distant storms that suddenly rode the air. They met again at the center of the chamber. Hammer crushed sword aside. Sword carved through ward halo. Helgrun slammed his shoulder into Quixos, and both men crashed against the central pillar, hard enough to split its core. The stone gave with a booming crack. Dust rained from the ceiling. Overhead, masonry shifted and dropped in massive blocks. Two more mortals died without even cries as they were taken beneath the collapse. Helgrun headbutted Quixos, broke his nose, then swung the hammer down to finish it. Karnagar caught the descending blow. For an instant, the two weapons locked, sanctity grinding against demonic will. Helgrun saw Quixos's face inches from his own, blood running from the nostrils, expression colder than the mountain outside. Neither man spoke. The pressure between them became unbearable. Then Quixos whispered one word in a tongue Helgrund did not know and wished he had never heard. The hammer's field faltered, only for a fraction. Enough. Quixos twisted, dropped low, tore free of the lock, and drove Karnagar forward with both hands. The blade punched through Helgrund's armor just below the ribs, passed through flesh and deeper still, and emerged red-black from his back. For a moment, Helgrund remained standing. His mouth opened. Blood touched his lips. The chamber went very quiet, as though even the surviving attendants had forgotten how to breathe. Then fire took him from the inside. It began at the wound, a glare under the breastplate seams, bright and hungry. It raced through him in branching lines. Sanctified armor burst outward in molten flakes. His beard and hair ignited. His eyes flared white. He made no cry worthy of the name, only a sound like a cathedral door opening onto furnace heat. When Quixos withdrew the blade, Helgrund fell to his knees already burning. A second later he toppled, and the flames consumed what remained. By the time the body stopped moving, there was scarcely a body left, only a blackened shape collapsing inward, armor fused around cooked bone, the smell of roasted flesh and sacred oils rising thick into the chamber. Karnagar drank the heat and seemed pleased. No one spoke. No one dared. Quixos stood over the burning ruin of a fellow Inquisitor and felt no grief at all. There had been a time once when killing one of his own order would have shaken him, if not in conscience, then at least in recognition of the threshold crossed. That time was gone. Helgrund lay smouldering at his feet, not as tragedy, but as conclusion. The old doctrine had come armed in gold and sanctity and righteous certainty. The old doctrine had died screaming on a demonic edge. That was the only lesson of consequence. He turned to the survivors. Some of Helgrund's men had fled. Some were dead. The remainder stood in shock, bleeding from ears and eyes, weapons hanging loose in nerveless fingers. Quixos's own hidden loyalists emerged now from the corridors, black-armored and silent, taking positions with guns leveled on the broken room. Severian Vale entered among them, face set like carved iron. His gaze flicked once to Helgrund's remains and then to Quixos. He asked no question. There was none left worth asking. "Secure the chambers," Quixos said. "Kill any who resist. Interrogate any who know the relocation routes." Vale nodded. "And the records?" "Mine." The Malus Codicium was found before dawn in a vault beneath the Fastness Chapel, hidden inside a stone tabernacle dressed as a saint's tomb. It was bound in flayed skin, darkened by age and ritual oils. Its clasps were black brass. Its pages smelled of dust, old blood, and some dry spice that caught at the back of the throat like memory. When Quixos lifted it, the thing in his heart gave one hard beat against his ribs, as if recognizing kin. Helgrund had crossed stars to keep the tome from damned hands. Now Quixos placed it among his private arsenal with the calm of a quartermaster, sorting newly acquired ammunition. By morning, the mountain fastness had become a sealed zone. Fires burned in the courtyards. The dead were dragged in rows and stacked by category. Path factors, household guards, noble patrons, captured clerks, broken auxiliaries, Helgrund's remaining followers. Some were shot, some were taken below for further use. The local cardinal sent frantic messages asking what catastrophe had unfolded under his own shadow. He received a brief reply that certain heretical elements had been excised, and further inquiry would be interpreted as obstruction. That, too, was a lie, but it was an effective one. Secrecy was no longer convenience, it was armor. Quixos understood that fully now. He had gone beyond clandestine study, beyond calculated trespass, beyond even the private certainty that he alone saw the necessity others lacked. An Inquisitor had come to judge him and had died by demon blade. There could be no return from that. The old roads were ash behind him. Ahead, there was only concealment, force, and the company of men capable of knowing what he had become without recoiling. That night, he summoned them. Not all of his household, not the frightened clerks, or the lesser troopers, or the pious fools who still mistook obedience for faith. He called only those who had remained steady through Magenor. Vale. 3 storm officers whose loyalty had survived both horror and understanding. A scarred savant who had burned his own name out of the archives years before to better serve forbidden work. 2 psycho wardens who had watched subjects fail in the black site vaults and still asked for further trials. A hollow-eyed logistician whose genius for false manifests had hidden half the path's real circulation routes from Helgrun's purge. They gathered in the Fastness archive where the shelves still smelled of smoke and skin. Helgrun's ashes had not yet cooled in the lower chambers. Quixos stood before them, with the Malus Cadicium on the table at his side, and Carnagar resting naked across his palms. The demon blade shed a low inner glow across the faces of the men present, turning them all corpse-pale and hell-marked. "If any of you still believe ignorance is safety," he said, "leave now." No one moved. "You have seen what I am willing to use. You have seen what I am willing to kill. You have seen what the enemy has become, and what the Imperium refuses to become in answer. There will be no absolution after this chamber, no restoration of innocent service. You will either walk with me into necessary darkness, or you will die here, preserving the comfort of lies." The words settled over them like falling dust. Vale was the first to kneel, not in worship, not in love, in choice. One by one, the others followed. Quixos watched them lower themselves before the book and the blade, and in that moment the last disguise dropped away from what he was building. No longer a retinue merely obeying an Inquisitor, no longer a damaged household improvising around its master's descent. This was his first true inner circle now, a knot of men bound not by innocence or fear alone, but by knowledge shared and damnation accepted. He looked upon them and felt, for the first time in many years, not the uncertainty of a man trespassing beyond doctrine, but the cold certainty of one founding a new and terrible order. By the time Quixos came to Clena II, the name of Cherubael had already become a wound in the archives of the Imperium. In the librarian vaults of terror, in sealed index chambers beneath fortress monasteries, in black repositories where Inquisitors read by lumen glow and did not speak for hours after, the demons' histories were recorded like the census of a plague. Systems enslaved across generations. Nebulae turned into shrines of terror. Sectors drawn into endless war until the dead outnumbered the unborn by magnitudes no sane clerk could tally without prayer breaks and chemical support. Whole species cut from existence in a single night. Entire populations led into ritual self-murder by the force of a will too ancient, too patient, and too hungry to be called merely monstrous. Cherubael did not pass through worlds the way a raider passed through them. He settled inside them like rot in marrow and taught them to worship their own ruin. Clena II had adored him longest. From high orbit, the world resembled a coal buried under soot. Its continents were dark forests, black mountain spines and winding seas the color of spoiled wine. Its atmosphere was thick with pyre smoke. No city lights shone on the night side because there were no cities left in the proper imperial sense. Only fort palisades, sacrificial pits, timber citadels, and great stepped altars built from piled stone and lacquered bone. Vast fire lines burned across the valleys. Where the smoke thinned, one could see processions by torchlight, ant-like chains of tribesmen climbing toward blood terraces, while drums boomed from the mountain sanctums. The Auspex counts had first been dismissed as machine corruption. No feral world should have had population movement on that scale. No pre-industrial society should have maintained sacrificial throughput in the millions. No world should have been able to keep so many pyres burning for so long without reducing itself to a cinder. Yet Clanna II had done all of it. It had done worse. Quixos stood on the command deck of the Covenant-class troop carrier that had borne his household into the system and watched the hololithic projection rotate above the strategium table. It showed the principal continent, its mountain basins crowded by tribal concentrations, altar complexes, and ritual roads choked with moving red points. Every red point was a life sign. Every cluster was another congregation preparing to bleed itself for the thing beneath the mountain vaults. Severian Vale stood opposite him, gaunt now with age and old scars, but harder than the iron rails under his boots. Interrogation of the captured Void Runners confirms the local pattern, he said. The High Shamans choose tithe days by lunar conjunction. Infants first, then war captives, then breed-in slaves, then whoever remains. The mountain sanctum receives the blood through stone cisterns and channel gates. Is there resistance? Quixos asked. Fragments. Broken. Enclaves in the northern ridges. Survivors who still use the Emperor's name. Quixos's pale eyes did not leave the hololith. Then they are useful. Vale had long since ceased to ask whether useful meant worthy of rescue. The assault began at dawn local time, though dawn on Clannar II was little more than the sky turning from black to dark red through layers of smoke. Orbital bombardment struck first. Lance fire carved molten wounds through the upper altar chains. Timber citadels blossomed into pillars of sparks and burning fat. The low tribes fled in all directions, not with the panic of the innocent, but with the ecstatic disorder of worshippers interrupted mid-rite. Then the landers came down, their retro thrusters throwing ash and severed offerings in all directions as stormtrooper cohorts, penal labor battalions, and warded kill teams deployed into the valleys. Quixos descended with the first wave, not because the situation demanded it, not because command required his presence under hostile sky, because by now he no longer trusted distance. He wanted the pressure of the place against his skin. He wanted to feel how deeply Cherubael had sunk his roots into the world. He wanted to hunt. He strode from the lander ramp through drifting cinders while his bodyguards formed around him in black carapace and steel devotion. Ahead rose the Valley of Supplication, where the first altar tier stretched across half a mountain shelf, slick with old blood and fresh. Feral tribesmen in horned musks screamed praise and rushed the landing zone with bronze axes, bone javelins, and the frenzy of generations taught that death in sight of their god was the holiest form of life. Heavy stubbers tore them apart in windrows. Hell guns sheared through skin cloaks and ribs. Bodies tumbled down the rock paths in clusters, yet more came behind them. Thousands upon thousands painted in gore, eyes wild, mouths open in adoration. Above the whole valley hung a chant. Not a single voice, a million fragments. The same name over and over, carried by drums and bells and throats flensed raw from repetition. Cherubael. The horror of the campaign was not in its first bloodshed. Quixos had seen too many war zones for that. It was in the scale of devotion. Every village was a chapel of slaughter. Every cave network housed butcheries large enough to feed a siege. The tribes had been reduced over generations into a single economic function: breeding, raiding, bleeding and burning for the demon enthroned in the mountain depths. Herd beasts were decorated with human faces stitched into their flanks. The trees nearest the sacrificial roads sagged under the weight of bodies tied there as votive offerings, still living in some cases, tongues cut out so the blood ran cleaner. Imperial troops broke against it at first. The northern bastions held for 2 days before the first manifestation. Men on the parapets began hearing voices in the mortar joints. Scribes reported ammunition tallies changing by themselves. A sentry turned and calmly opened his own throat, because the shadows beneath the wall had promised him audience with God. Then the walls themselves birthed hands from between the stones, and the defenders learned that a siege under Cherubael was not fought only against the enemy outside. Demons manifested inside redoubts, not grand things at first: teeth in the grain bins, eyes in the cooking fires, shrikes of living brass flapping down chimney shafts. Then worse. An entire medici station folded inward as if gripped by an enormous fist from another dimension, crushing the wounded into a single screaming sack of blood and bone. A command bunker opened its blast door and expelled every soul within flents to the spine. One sanctioned psyker burst apart during a counter-right, his skull detonating into wet fragments that carried fire to the men around him, igniting them from the inside. Quixos observed it all and adjusted. He spent men the way other commanders spent ammunition. A battalion of line troops from the reserve echelons was ordered to hold a narrow pass beneath the 7th altar, despite every augury warning that the path had been marked for ritual breach. Vale looked across the hololith and saw at once what the order meant. "My lord," he said, "there is no tactical value in that pass. The position cannot be reinforced." "Correct. They will be slaughtered." "Yes." Vale's jaw flexed. "As bait!" Quixos met his eyes. "As proof." The battalion died to the last man before nightfall. Their distress traffic filled the command vox with screams, garbled prayers, and reports of winged things descending through pyre smoke. When the final officer begged permission to retreat, Quixos denied it and had the signal amplifiers turned up so every nearby command post could hear the price of holding. Then, as predicted, the sacrificial focus drew a major eruption from the warp-saturated cliffs above the pass. That was when Quixos struck. He led the kill teams in person through the ash storm, Karnagar in hand. By then, the demon blade had become part of him in all but flesh. He wore it not concealed, but openly, no longer wasting effort on the pretense that it was anything other than what it was. The sword pulsed faintly in his grip as they advanced into the breach zone. Around him, ward-bearers chanted through split lips, while psyker wardens dragged howling captives inscribed with hexagrammic script. Every step inward thickened the air. The smoke moved wrong. The ground sweated. Drums deep in the mountain began matching the beat of the shard in Quixos's heart. The manifested host came out of the burning haze in a wave of brass limbs, horned skulls, and impossible mouths. Karnagar met them laughing. The blade opened demons in showers of black-red fire. It sliced through unreality as though cutting wet silk. Stormtroopers firing beside Quixos watched lesser warp things break apart on that edge and understood with cold clarity that the thing killing blasphemy at their master's side was itself blasphemy harnessed and pointed. No one spoke of it then. There was no breath to spare for doctrine. By the fourth day, the horror siege had become a butcher's mathematics. Every bastion held only because another had been abandoned. Every ritual road taken had cost another valley. Millions of tribal worshippers were dead, but the altars still smoked and the drums still rolled from the mountain sanctum, where Cherubael remained enthroned behind layers of blood rite and generational devotion. Quixos' followers had begun to understand the true shape of his strategy. He had not come to save Clanar II. He had come to isolate one demon from the world that fed it, no matter how many cities, fortresses, or populations were spent in the process. The final assault opened under a sky blackened by pyre smoke so thick that daylight never fully arrived. The mountain sanctum was no temple in the old sense. It was a vertical kingdom of steps, caves, bone towers, and blood cisterns cut into the mountain's heart. The approach roads were clogged with impaled captives and kneeling tribesmen waiting their turn to die. The doors at the summit were slabs of black stone slick with sacrificial runoff, tall enough for titans and engraved with scenes of men opening themselves joyfully beneath a descending star. Quixos did not order them breached by artillery. He climbed. His kill cadre ascended through a hail of arrows, thrown bones, tribal war cries and warp manifestations, losing men at every terrace. One storm officer vanished mid-stride, folded out of existence, with only his screaming shadow left behind on the stone. Two wardens were dragged over the parapet by howling masked priests and hacked apart before the squad could recover them. Vale himself killed a shaman whose ribcage had opened into a nest of grasping tongues. The ascent became hand-to-hand slaughter across steps washed slick by centuries of blood. At the summit, the doors opened by themselves. The sanctum within was vast enough to swallow cathedrals. Fires burned in chasms. Bridges of vertebrae and black timber stretched over pits where the blood of millions flowed into deeper dark. Upon a throne grown from bone, brass and fused spinal columns, sat Cherubael. No single mortal eye took him the same way twice. To one glance he was a king of flayed gold. To another, a towering carcass haloed in wings made from screaming faces. To a third, a vast skeletal figure wearing a child's smile on a butcher's mask. He was all of it, and less than any of it, because demons did not wear forms so much as insults to form. When he spoke, the sanctum answered him in echoes from every bone pillar and blood pit. "Little Inquisitor," he said, and the voice was amused. "You have climbed a mountain made of worship merely to arrive as one more offering." Quixos raised Karnagar. "I have climbed it," he said, "to place a chain around your throat." Cherubael laughed, and the blood rivers below the bridge shivered. "You smell of compromise. You carry one of my kind in your hand and another in your chest. You are already more shrine than hunter. Yet you retreat from me. Retreat." The demon leaned forward, all shifting grandeur and mockery. "No, I am curious. Men usually come here begging, raving, or breaking. You have come bargaining with murder in your eyes. I do not bargain. Everyone bargains. The wise simply learn the proper currency." Their recognition of one another was immediate and vile in its intimacy. Appetite and control, predation and will. Each seeing in the other not kinship, but a shape of thought both comprehensible and hateful. The battle began with no further warning. Cherubael rose and the sanctum convulsed. Bone bridges snapped upward like jaws. Blood fountained from the pits. Quixos' remaining men opened fire, their shots turning to streaks of light in the pressure-thick air. The demon crossed the bridge in one impossible stride and slaughtered the front rank before they could finish screaming, bodies flung apart in strips and chunks that slapped wetly into the abyss below. Quixos met him in the center of the bridge. Carnagar screamed against Cherubael's manifested claws. Warp force and sanctioned wards detonated outward. Vale hit the stone hard and lost 3 teeth. A Psyker Warden beside him simply came apart at the chest, his torso opening like a split fruit under psychic concussion. The bridge buckled. Men toppled. Somewhere below, a river of blood caught falling bodies and rolled them into darkness. Quixos drove forward with terrible focus. Carnagar bit deep into one of Cherubael's limbs and tore free showers of black luminescence. Cherubael answered by raking talons across the Inquisitor's chest and shoulder, peeling armor and flesh in long smoking lines. The shard in Quixos' heart hammered. The black veins in his neck stood out like cords. He did not yield. Around them, the last of the cadre fought and died. Vale saw the truth then in perfect and final clarity. This was no radical still testing the edge. This was a man who had crossed beyond every line and made his home there. He was winning by means no loyal servant of the throne should ever employ, and he knew it, and he no longer cared whether the knowledge damned him in any ledger mortal or divine. At the height of the duel, Quixos gave the order. The surviving wardens dragged forward the prepared host. He had been one of Quixos' own household warriors, a veteran named Malchior, devout, disciplined and utterly certain of his master, until the collars went around his throat and wrists. Hexagrammic chains bit into his flesh. Sigils cut into his skin bled fresh under the sanctum firelight. He struggled once, saw what waited in the center of the ritual lattice, and understood. "My lord," he said, voice ruined by fear and faith in equal measure. Quixos did not look away from Cherubael. "Hold him." Vale stood frozen for one beat too long. Then he heard himself giving the order anyway. The ritual cage was activated. Silver rods drove up from the bridge stones. Wards ignited in burning rings. Cherubael turned too late. Carnagar struck across the daemon's form not to banish, but to stagger and align. Quixos spoke words from the Malus Codicium, each syllable like a nail driven through reality. The sanctum shook. Blood below turned white with heat. Malchior began screaming before the binding had fully begun. Cherubael's laughter changed. Mockery became rage, then became hunger again. "You would wear me," the demon hissed. "I would use you," said Quixos. The final word of binding dropped like an execution blade. Cherubael vanished from the sanctum throne and detonated through Malchior's body.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
The warrior arched so hard his spine cracked. Light burst from his mouth and eyes. Flesh blackened, split, healed, split again. Horns of blackened bone punched through his brow. His limbs elongated under the pressure of occupancy. Yet the wards held. The chains held. The man did not die. He became habitation. Then it was done. Silence spread slowly, like oil. The pyres outside still burned. The blood rivers still flowed. The mountain still smoked beneath a dead world's worth of devotion. But Cherubael no longer sat enthroned over Clanar II. He stood shackled in iron and silver within the body of a man Quixos had once trusted. Vale stared at the thing and knew there was no language left for denial. One of the surviving storm officers whispered, "Throne preserve us." Quixos turned his head slightly. "No," he said. "Preservation is for museums and corpses. This is utility." The demon host lifted its ruined face. Cherubael smiled through Malchior's stolen mouth, lips split to the gums around teeth gone too sharp and too many. "Well done, Inquisitor," he murmured. "You have made yourself a master with a leash made of flame. A bound demon is more useful than a banished one." The words came from Quixos with the calm of an accounting judgment, and every man who heard them understood that they were not an improvisation. He had believed this before the battle. He would believe it after. He had not slipped. He had chosen. By nightfall, the surviving tribes were in flight, their god taken from them. The mountain sanctum belonged to the Inquisition in the bureaucratic sense, and to Quixos in the only sense that mattered. His men raised ward pylons. Iron cages were installed. Sigils were renewed in blood and powdered silver. Malchior's old name was struck from every surviving record. Cherubael remained chained at the center of the sanctum vault, smiling through another man's face, while the wards hissed around him, and Carnagar rested black and content in Quixos's hand. Standing there in the ruin of a world saved by an obscenity no sane Inquisitor would have dared imagine, Quixos understood with perfect coldness that he now possessed a weapon beyond reckoning. After Clanar II, Quixos ceased to resemble any Inquisitor the Imperium would have willingly named as its son. He still bore the seal. He still invoked the throne. He still spoke of mankind, survival, and necessary war. But the machinery around him had changed shape. What had once been a household retinue grown tainted through proximity became something colder and more deliberate. A private doctrine hammered into a functioning engine of hidden war. By this period, Quixos had already channeled Carnagar the Deathly into a sword, mastered the making of soul guards, and added demon hosts such as Cherubael and Propheniti to his growing arsenal of forbidden tools. The mountain fastness on Magenor became his crucible. Its outer halls still wore the respectable face of a merchant retreat, all lacquered doors, censers, cold chapel stone, and discreet trade offices. Beneath that shell, the lower vaults expanded year by year into black laboratories, ward crypts, resonance cells, and execution chambers, arranged with the same calm logic an imperial governor might devote to granaries and tax archives. Silver doors sealed the deeper levels. Iron walkways crossed pits from which heat and whispering rose at all hours. Ledgers were kept for everything: blood volume, artifact exposure, survival rates, insanity gradients, contamination lag, prayer retention after sensory flaying. The work was monstrous, but it was not chaotic in any common sense. It was method in its purest and ugliest form. Quixos walked those vaults as a founder walks a fortress under construction. He watched the making of soul guards with the detached attention of a sculptor judging proportion. Men and women taken for the process were first stripped of name, lineage, and former loyalty. Then came catechism. Not the simple sermons of ecclesiarchal devotion, but layers upon layers of recursively reinforced doctrine, spoken without pause, until thought itself became flayed raw and rebuilt around a warded core. Some were forced awake for 9 days beneath lumen arrays, while confessors and Psychana wardens hammered anti-demonic litany into them until the subjects screamed their throats to ribbons and still kept reciting. Some had every inch of skin opened in precise channels, so warding script could be carved from shoulder to heel, the letters packed with silver ash and sanctified oils before the flesh was stitched closed over them. Others were opened on iron tables and fitted with relic implants in place of organs deemed spiritually vulnerable. A liver cut out and replaced with a casket of powdered saint bone. a spleen traded for a lattice of psycho-reactive silver, ribs wired with Electu prayer lines that glowed when warp pressure rose. Not all endured. Most did not. The failures went behind the silver doors. The men assigned to that duty never spoke of what lay in those chambers, but the sounds came through on certain nights when the mountain winds shifted. Wet impacts, retching, a cry stopping too fast, the soft scrape of chains under something immensely patient. Quixos had no tolerance for waste. Failed candidates, broken cult brokers, tainted psychers too unstable for further use, all were rendered into utility. Some fed the demon hosts, some fed the laboratories, some became examples nailed in neat rows along the walls outside the lower chapels, skin removed and stretched beside them to demonstrate the exact paths a soul had failed to take. Severian Vale stopped descending to the lowest levels unless directly ordered. He told himself it was efficiency. A man of his years in office had better uses than witnessing every refinement of torment. The lie did not survive private reflection. He stayed away because the mountain had begun to nauseate him, and because nausea was safer to admit than fear. When Quixos summoned him, he went all the same. He found his master in the resonance hall, where a ring of Soul Guard candidates knelt naked from the waist up beneath a lattice of silver rods. Their backs were a map of healing cuts. Their eyes had the emptied, polished look of men who had been boiled alive in doctrine and cooled into something else. At the center of the chamber, suspended in a magnetic field over a black altar slab, hung a relic casket no bigger than a human infant's skull. The air around it trembled. Quixos stood with his hands clasped behind him, watching the candidates one by one as the casket was opened by fractions. The first man began shaking immediately. The second bled from the ears, but held the catechism. The third smiled at something no one else could see, and had to be shot through both knees before he could reach the altar. The fourth kept reciting through tears, vomit, and visible terror until the casket was sealed again. Quixos nodded. That one remains useful. Vale looked at the weeping survivor. Useful for what? For standing where others break? A soul guard. Yes. Vale's gaze drifted to the two dead men already being dragged away, heels thudding softly on the stone. And the cost? Quixos turned his head. The cost is the only honest measure of value. He said it without cruelty in his tone. That made it worse. By then Profaniti had entered the warband service as well, a second demon host added to the arsenal that had already been blackened by Cherubael. The records survive only in fragments and enemy testimonies, but by the time later inquisitorial hunters traced Quixos's path, they knew he commanded not one bound monstrosity, but at least two, each deployed differently according to temperament and purpose. Cherubael was force, mockery, and raw predatory magnificence. Profaniti was subtler, more psychically acute, more fitted to hidden murder and spiritual dismemberment. The first time Vale saw Profaniti's host, he mistook him for a clerk. That in itself was offensive. One expected horror to announce itself. Horns, deformity, something obvious by which a sane eye might categorize danger. Instead, the host was a narrow, dark-haired man in plain robes, standing motionless in a side chapel with his hands folded within the sleeves. Only the eyes gave him away. They were too attentive, too amused. Not fevered like the eyes of a possessed wretch, but composed, as if the thing behind them had spent long centuries observing men and found them continuously disappointing. Quixos approached the host and stopped an arm's length away. "You will answer to your name when called." The host inclined his head. "I answer to many names." "You will answer to this one." A thin smile. Then speak it. Profaniti. The smile widened by almost nothing. As you wish. Vale's skin crawled at the sound. It was too civilized, too much like a courtier indulging a lesser intelligence. From then onward, Quixos's private force no longer resembled any arm of the Inquisition that still deserved the name in public record. It became an anti-Inquisition, a shadow reflection of the Holy Ordos built from all the things the Imperium officially despised and secretly required. Null-trained killers drilled in darkness until they could move by touch and instinct, around psychic kill zones. Survivors from black ships, whose minds had been broken, rebuilt, and weaponized against sorcerers. Merchant fixers who could reroute food, pilgrimage flows, munitions, and relic traffic across subsector lines, with nothing more than forged seals and an understanding of greed. Cult accountants who treated worship as an economic stream. Rogue savants steeped in prescribed texts, each one convinced he served mankind by helping one damned master outthink 10,000 pious fools. Warded execution teams carried out seizures at night, leaving behind flayed shrines, erased records, and streets washed so clean by dawn that only the smell of hot iron remained. Under Quixos' patronage, the mystic path spread far beyond Magenor. It moved through Ultima Segmentum and beyond as a lattice of disguised trade, pilgrim hostels, medicine guilds, reliquary brokers, and devotional markets, becoming not merely a cult, but a covert intelligence empire threaded through legal and illegal arteries alike. Reports came to the mountain in sealed caravans, coded tithe tallies, and blood-marked merchant manifests. A widow on a shrine world bought black candles that made her susceptible to certain dreams. A Chartist captain on a Dustport world accepted miracle ointments in exchange for waiving inspections on a cargo column. A cardinal's treasurer on a fortress moon began balancing deficits with path money, and in doing so, opened the vault structure of half a diocese to Quixos' eyes. Pilgrim streams became rumour channels. Black markets became Auspex networks made of hunger, vice, and carefully sold revelation. Quixos knew where Inquisitors travelled before some of their own contacts did. He knew which manufactoria were vulnerable to cult seeding, which noble houses desired resurrection miracles, which regiments would sell prisoners for Juvenat compounds, which priests privately believed the Emperor silent, and might therefore pay for any voice that answered back. He did not simply build a following, he built circulation. Years passed. Men died in his service and were replaced by harder men. Others vanished into the silver-doored vaults when age, fear, or conscience made them liabilities. Quixos himself grew leaner, drier, more severe in movement and speech. The shard in his heart had by then long ceased to be thought of among the inner circle as a wound. It was an engine. His prophetic seizures came and went, but when they came, they sharpened him. He would convulse in a warded chamber, blood leaking from one eye, then emerge an hour later with deployment orders accurate down to the corridor, shrine cell or convoy route, where enemies would next reveal themselves. Men learned not to ask how he knew. The question had become politically useless. The last of the old ambiguity died in the year 239 of the 41st millennium, when Hetris Lugenbrow came to Magenor with roughly 60 retainers to hunt Quixos down. Both the Quixos and Mystic Path records place Lugenbrow on Magenor in that year and state that he, like Helgrun before him, met his end at Quixos' demon blade. Afterward, Quixos disappeared from official sight and was believed dead for at least a century, even as his influence continued to spread in secret. Lugenbrow did not come cautiously. That alone marked him as a different breed from Helgrund. Helgrund had arrived as a hunter patient enough to distrust every polished surface on Magenor. Lugenbrow came furious, armoured in certainty and grief inherited through the old schools of the Ordo Malleus. He struck the lower terraces first, then the western markets, then the pilgrim roads, killing path brokers in public and hanging their skins from shrine rails as warnings. He burned 2 relay chapels that Quixos had spent years embedding in trade networks. He killed a fixer cell outside the Void Port and sent the heads back in cryo caskets. By the 4th day, Magenor felt him like a knife slipped between ribs. Vale brought the reports to Quixos in the lower library. "He is not probing," Vale said. "He is cutting for the heart." "Good," Quixos replied, closing the relic folio before him. "Let him believe there is one. He means to force revelation. He means to force reaction. That is different." Vale hesitated. "Do we answer openly?" Quixos rose. "Openly enough." The ambush took place in the mountain fastness, where so many reckonings on Magenor seemed inevitably to conclude. Lugenbrow's 60 came in through the outer halls under bombardment of sanctified breaching charges, storming chapel galleries and merchant vaults, with all the pious violence of men convinced that speed itself was a form of purity. They found resistance, but never enough in one place. Corridors were yielded, chambers abandoned, sight lines manipulated, retreat routes left temptingly open. By the time they reached the old archive vaults, their formation had stretched thin, their ward cohesion had frayed, and every surviving path captive they had interrogated had told them exactly the lies Quixos wanted told. Lugenbrow entered the lower sanctuary with 21 men left alive. The chamber was circular, stone-ribbed, lit by black candles, and marked with old hexagrammic forms overpainted by Quixos's own darker revisions. In the center stood Quixos, Carnagar unsheathed, coat hanging still around him, despite the draft from broken upper levels. Behind the outer ring of pillars, warded gunners waited unseen. Lugenbrow stopped just inside the threshold. At his side, 2 Psyker adepts began the opening cadence of banishment liturgy. "You are finished," Lugenbrow said. Quixos regarded him with mild interest. "You have mistaken a rival for victory. You murdered Helgrund. You buried yourself in sorcery and called it service. I name you apostate before God and man." Quixos's expression did not change. "You name what you are too weak to prevent." Lugenbrow raised a sanctified rod, and the liturgy intensified. Wards ignited around the chamber in pale gold rings. For a moment, Vale, watching from a hidden gallery slit, wondered if this time some remnant of old order might prevail. Then Quixos moved. He did not duel in any noble sense. He executed. Carnagar came up in a dark arc and split the first Psyker adept from collar to sternum before the man could finish his syllable. The second tried to complete the rite and had his head torn off by a bolt round from the gallery. Gunners opened from concealment. Lugenbrow's retinue broke into fragments of battle, some firing, some charging, some trying to reset ward alignments as silver script peeled burning from the floor under pressure Quixos had prepared long in advance. Lugenbrow reached Quixos through the first chaos of it with admirable speed. He swung a power maul wreathed in sanctified discharge. Quixos took the blow on Carnagar's back edge, and the chamber screamed. Wards burst in strips from the wall. One of Lugenbrow's men simply vanished from the waist upward, atomized by the backlash. Another caught fire from within his armor, soul scream pouring across the vox as his flesh bloated and split under the skin before the body collapsed in on itself. Lugenbrow roared and struck again. Quixos stepped inside the attack, caught the Inquisitor's wrist, and drove the demon blade through his gut. There was no finesse in it, no dance, only penetration, certainty, and annihilation. Lugenbrow froze with his mouth open around an unfinished curse. Karnagar drank. Light burst through the seams of his armor in branching veins. Sanctified sigils blackened and curled from the metal. The flesh beneath his breastplate ignited first, then the organs, then the marrow. His vox spat one long, inhuman shriek that all surviving channels picked up at once, a soul scream so hideous men in other rooms dropped their weapons and clutched bleeding ears. Quixos ripped the blade free. Lugenbrow sank to his knees, already burning from within, smoke pouring through eye slits and mouth grill, until at last the whole body collapsed into a furnace of cracking bone and molten plate. The remaining retainers broke. Some were shot where they stood. Some tried to flee and found Cherubale or Profaniti waiting in the dark approaches. By the time dawn touched the mountain in pale ashlight, nothing of Lugenbrow's force remained but bodies, scorched stone and vox records, too corrupted by psychic feedback to be trusted except in fragments. Vale entered the chamber after the fires had diminished to a greasy orange crawl across the floor. Lugenbrow's corpse was no longer recognizably human. Quixos stood over it with Karnagar lowered, face expressionless, coat hem stippled with blood and ash. "It is done," Vale said. "No," said Quixos. "It is clarified." He turned and walked from the chamber. Vale followed, because that was what he had spent a lifetime doing. But something in the old obedience had finally died behind his ribs. Not enough to stop him, not enough to betray, only enough to understand that the master he served was now wholly, magnificently lost. The official record listed Hetris Lugenbrow as disappeared. His fate on Magenor later became one of the facts that drove inquisitors such as Commodus Voke to seek vengeance on Quixos. Quixos used the aftermath as he used everything. He vanished, not in panic, nor in true flight, but in planned recession. Cells were burned, paths rerouted, identifiers erased, lesser cults severed from the central web and left to die noisily in local purges, while the true arteries withdrew under deeper cover. False death notices surfaced in the underchannels of 3 sectors. Wreckage bearing his seals was planted in void debris fields. Witnesses were bought, broken or fed to silver-dawed appetites. By the time later, records searched for him in earnest, he had become rumour, then ghost, then cautionary half-myth among the Ordos. That disappearance gave him the dark in which to build for more than a century. In that darkness, the last remnant of tragic interpretation finally failed. No more questions of whether he was corrupted but still redeemable. No more pious fantasy that he merely used forbidden things without yielding to them. He was radical in the full and final sense now. Not a man slipping, but a man who had chosen an abyss and named it strategy. He retained his purpose, which was the worst of it. He still believed himself an inquisitor. He still believed mankind required what only he could become. That sincerity did not save him. It made him more dangerous than a common heretic could ever have hoped to be. The revelation that changed the scale of his ambition came not in battle, but in study. It emerged from collated forbidden texts, path intelligence, Xenos fragments, dead savants' notes, and one half-mad sequence of visions that seized Quixos in the deepest library for the better part of a day. When he rose from the seizure, blood running from his nose and one eye, he had written a single word across the stone floor in his own hand: Cadia. The old pylon fields there, those black impossible structures dismissed by generations as relic, curiosity or defensive mystery might be more than dead archaeology. Quixos came to believe they could be understood, duplicated, and ultimately weaponized against the warp itself. Later records confirm that his final ambition centered on the pylons of Cadia and on the belief that they might be used to collapse or strangle the Eye of Terror. Vale found him in the library long after the seizure had passed. The floor was covered in script, calculations, ward ratios, geometric extrapolations, trade routes leading toward the Cadian Gate, references to Blackstone, amplification and Psychana throughput. Candles had burned down to pools around the room. The air smelled of blood and hot wax. Quixos stood at the center of it all with one hand over the thing in his chest. "What have you seen?" Vale asked. Quixos looked up, and in his eyes there was no doubt at all. "Not ruins," he said. "A throat." Vale frowned. "I do not understand." Quixos's gaze drifted to the calculations and the impossible future they implied. "No," he said. "Not yet." Cadia did not fear the warp in the way Otherworlds feared it. Otherworlds panicked. Otherworlds broke into riot, prophecy, plague prayer, and mass hysteria the moment the veil thinned and the dark pressed close. Cadia had been born under the eye and raised beneath its bruise-colored glare. On Cadia, chaos was not an intrusion into life. It was climate. It was geology. It was the enemy in the same sense that winter, famine, and steel were enemies. The fortress world had long ago taught itself the discipline of survival by treating damnation not as mystery, but as recurring fact. That was why Quixos turned his gaze there. He had seen enough of ordinary worlds to despise them. Their ignorance offended him. Their helplessness offended him more. But Cadia was useful. Cadia did not look away from the abyss. It measured it, fortified against it, fought it, adapted to it, buried its dead beneath its shadow, and resumed drill before the pyres were cold. If there was any world in the Imperium where the truth might be studied without the immediate collapse of public order, it was this one. And deeper still, beneath that hard military logic, there stood the pylons. Blackstone monoliths rearing from the soil in geometries older than mankind's first languages. They were too regular to be ruin, too vast to be ornament, too potent in their silence to be meaningless. Generations had catalogued them. Generations had failed to understand them. Quixos had no intention of repeating that failure. He did not go to Cadia openly. By then, his own name was too dangerous to the work. The dead still whispered of him in inquisitorial archives, and there were men in the Ordos who would have crossed stars at the rumor of his survival. So he reached instead through the tools he had built in darkness. Through false fronts, coded ledgers, soul-stained merchants, the surviving arteries of the mystic path, and above all, through Cherubael. The cult that formed around the daemon called itself the Sons of Baal. It began, as all such things did under Quixos's hand, as a whisper hidden inside legal structure. Labor allocators in frontier ports, chartists with debt they could not repay, and pride they would not relinquish. Merchant cartels willing to move restricted cargo if the profit was right, and the customs records were properly altered. Pilgrim hostels through which men and women passed in endless numbers, each one a mouth carrying rumour somewhere else. By the time Cadia's own counterintelligence organs began noting irregularities, the Sons of Baal had already sunk roots into Casa peripheries, supply stations, port district shrines, and the outer belts of the merchant hierarchy. Not enough to rule, enough to listen. That was the first stage. The second was movement. Blackstone was not supposed to move. The pylon fields were charted, guarded, surveyed and indexed according to protocols older than some sectors. Yet anything moved if enough mortal hunger pushed at the right joints. A pylon fragment dislodged during a sanctioned excavation vanished from a sealed convoy because the convoy master had been buying dream narcotics from a path broker for 7 years. A crate of inert geological samples entered a military archive vault and emerged 6 weeks later under revised cargo designation because 3 clerks, 1 quartermaster, and a data adept had all quietly become dependent on miracle tinctures that eased memory and sharpened devotion in equal measure. A null reactive shard, the size of a man's forearm, crossed 2 subsector boundaries inside an ecclesiarchal reliquary transport because the priest responsible for the seals believed his dead son had spoken to him through a black candle purchased in a mountain market on Magenor. The Imperium moved its own corruption in stamped crates and blessed manifests. Quixos understood that better than any man hunting him. Far from Cadia, in hidden laboratories whose locations changed every few years and were known in full to no one below Quixos himself, the fragments were studied. Reports reached the investigators later in pieces, and from survivors too damaged to survive debriefing for long. Psychers forced to stand inside resonance cages, while blackstone rods were aligned around them in widening rings. Prisoners chained to iron slabs as null shock was induced through their nervous systems, their flesh collapsing into greasy slurry as the immaterium was strangled out of them by increments. Servitors with pylon splinters wired into their spines and skull cavities until their optics burst and boiling marrow poured from their noses. Ward-scored adepts reduced to trembling husks after exposure to harmonics no ordinary human ear could even register. This was Quixos's science. No white robes, no pristine laboratories, no clean pursuit of understanding, only vivisection, pressure, theology turned into instrumentation, and the old inquisitorial belief that truth was something a body could be forced to yield before it died. In one recovered site on the edge of the Cadian Gate, investigators later found a chamber of polished black walls containing 7 resonance frames arranged around a suspended fragment of pylon stone. The floor drains were clogged with what had once been 23 sanctioned psychers. Their bones had softened under the strain and collapsed inward, leaving the skins intact enough that each corpse resembled a sack of blood and teeth poured into robes. On the far wall, someone had scratched a single phrase deep into the stone with fingernails worn to the root. It silences the scream. That phrase passed through the hands of interrogators, Ordo scribes, and eventually Gregor Eisenhorn himself. By then, he was already hunting the shape of the conspiracy. He had come to Cadia by way of lesser signs, dead merchants, broken relay codes, a scriptorum fire on a waystation world that killed 3 archivists and 1 deacon after they opened a consignment ledger tied to the Sons of Baal. A demon host-linked cult operating with uncommon discipline, probing not for souls in the usual glutted and theatrical manner of chaos sects, but for data, routes, pylon surveys, excavation schedules, labor lists, and access seals. That difference had drawn his attention first. His enemies were acting like logisticians. Then came the witness from the port world of Herodor's Verge, skin half burned away by contact with Prophanites' host, and mind hanging together only through drugs and faith. It was not a cult master, the witness whispered under restraint. Not truly. There was another mind behind it. Someone who knew the forms. Someone who spoke like a judge. The demon laughed at him and obeyed anyway. Eisenhorn had heard enough by then to dislike the direction of the pattern. He stood in a sealed archive chamber within Kasra Partox, as rain hammered the fortress roof above and read through reports by lumen light, while his own people moved around him in silence. The Cadians had given him access because his seal still carried weight, because Cadia respected competence in any uniform, and because enough men had already died around the pylon sites that the matter could no longer be buried in routine threat categorization. A Kasrkin captain waited at the end of the archive table, posture rigid, fatigue hidden the way only Cadians hid it. "Our sweeps have turned up 6 covert cells," the captain said. "All disciplined, all carrying layered cover identities. We break one, and the next goes dark before we've finished counting the dead. We are tightening the inner circles." Eisenhorn did not look up from the report in his hands. "They have military intelligence." "Yes." "They are reading your responses." "Yes." "Then the leak is not in the cells alone." The captain's jaw set harder. On another world, the suggestion would have offended. On Cadia, it merely entered the problem as another variable to be measured, tested, and cut away. "We are conducting internal purity review," he said. "Do it faster." Outside the archives, Cadia went on being Cadia. Drill squares, Munitorum convoys, fortress doctrine lectures, shrine lines, firing ranges echoing at all hours. The world's culture treated the threat not with complacency, but with ritualized readiness. Children learned formation responses before they learned ornamented prayer. Officers spoke of warp incursions in the same voice they used for plague outbreaks and weather fronts. Chaos was weather. Chaos was plague. Chaos was holy war. All of it belonged to the same category, a condition to be endured through exactness. That exactness began closing around the Sons of Baal. Kasrkin's sweeps tore through Undercroft shrines and merchant dormitories with clinical speed. Fortress archives were resealed under rotating authority chains. Chartist guild houses were emptied at gunpoint. In the northern pylon approaches, earthwork redoubts were raised around the survey routes, and every labour file was reissued under triple verification. Men disappeared in the night, but now the disappearances cut both ways. Cult brokers vanished from their rooms and were found headless in drainage channels. A black market apothecary was discovered hanging upside down in his own cellar, skin gone, the pylon survey schedules he had sold pinned to his chest with surgical nails. Imperial countermeasure had found its rhythm. Quixos himself remained unseen. That was the worst of it. His absence spread him wider than any public appearance could have done. He existed now in battlefield testimony, in charred chambers, in the phrases of the dying, and in the cold, efficient architecture of crimes too disciplined to belong to ordinary heretics. Men began speaking of him without naming him. The architect, the hidden Inquisitor, the one the demons obeyed. Cherubael encouraged that fear whenever it amused him. He came to investigators only in fragments and aftermath, always through stolen mouths and failing hosts. On the industrial, moon of Cypramundi's outer lane, Eisenhorn's allies cornered a Sons of Baal courier cell in a refinery chapel. The firefight killed 7 cultists and half the arrest team. One survivor, a scribe whose jaw had been shattered by shotgun impact, began laughing while blood poured down his throat. His eyes rolled white. His spine arched against the restraints. Then Cherubael spoke through him. "You still think this is worship?" he said in a voice too grand for the torn body containing it. "How very small your minds remain." The scribe's skin blistered in strips. Eisenhorn stepped nearer. "Who commands you?" The demon smiled through broken teeth. "A dead man, an inquisitor, a visionary, a butcher. Choose the noun that makes your conscience feel cleanest. Name him." "Why?" so you may feel the old comfort of proper enemies. You should thank him, little hunter. He alone among you has the nerve to ask what these stones are truly for." The host's chest split open in wet lines before anyone could bind the possession. Black-red fire took the remains. The room filled with the smell of burned marrow and sanctified oils. One of Eisenhorn's acolytes vomited into his rebreather mask and nearly choked. Later, in private, Eisenhorn replayed the Vox recording 3 times. A dead man, an Inquisitor. He had seen too much already to dismiss the possibility. The evidence grew uglier the closer they came to the pylon fields themselves. At Site Delta 9, an excavation camp vanished in one night. The outer sentries were found kneeling in prayer with their own hands removed. The inner survey crews had been wired into a black stone fragment suspended from a cargo crane. Their spines had fused to the cabling under induced null resonance, cooking the nervous systems in their flesh while leaving the skulls mostly intact. Each skull had burst from internal pressure, coating the machinery in pink-grey paste. The fragment itself was gone. At Site Gamma 14, a line of prisoners seized from a contraband route were discovered melted into the trench floor. The stone beneath them had vitrified. The corpses had not burned in the usual sense. They had liquefied from within, organs collapsing into one another, as though every boundary inside the body had been erased at once. The only survivor, a penal trooper whose legs had gone below the knee into a fused black mass, whispered before dying that the experimenters had called it null shock saturation. At Site Theta Primus, they found the resonance cages. Eisenhorn stood inside one after the area had been secured and felt the ghost of pressure in the metal. The cage bars were silvered, etched and blackened by repeated overload. At the center lay the remains of a human figure bolted upright to an iron plate, head missing from the jaw upward. The walls beyond were stippled with tiny flecks of bone and brain. Pylon shards had been mounted around the frame at measured intervals like the pipes of a blasphemous organ. A Cadian engineer standing at the threshold crossed himself. "This was not worship," he said quietly. "No," Eisenhorn replied. He did not add the rest aloud. Worship would have been simpler. Simpler meant weaker. This was study. Appalling, diseased, murderous study, but study all the same. Someone was trying to understand the pylons by forcing human minds and bodies to fail against them in quantified patterns. That thought troubled him more than the blood. The climax came in the Northern Survey Belt, where a covert observation team tracked a disguised labor convoy moving toward a secondary pylon rise under forged Munitorum seal. The Cadians allowed it to run longer than Prudence liked, so they could find the wider network behind it. Eisenhorn objected, then conceded when the tactical logic proved sound. The trap was set with Kasserkin in layered overwatch, stormtrooper detachments under sealed orders, and an inner cordon of Ordo personnel, ready to seize whatever the convoy carried. At dusk, the convoy halted between 3 lesser pylons. The blackstone around them stood in silence like ancient judges. Servitors unloaded resonance frames. Hooded adepts erected silver rods in a widening spiral. Prisoners were brought out next, gagged, emaciated, eyes burned white by prior exposures. A host body stood among the adepts in plain robes, narrow-shouldered and deferential, carrying a data case to all appearances no different from any junior clerk. Then the trap closed. Lasfire cut down the outer ring in the first volley. Kasserkin dropped from the rocks with exact machine aggression. Cult accountants and merchant fixers died in the dust beside the crates they had falsified their lives to protect. One of the hooded adepts triggered a dead man rune and detonated in a bloom of warped light, that killed 3 men before it collapsed. The robed host opened the data case and smiled. Profaniti came out of him like a prayer spoken backward. The body stretched. Rib bones split the robe from within. The face remained almost calm, even as the skull lengthened and the mouth opened far too wide. Then the psychic wave hit. Men nearest the host dropped with blood fountaining from nose and ears. A Kasrkin sergeant's eyes burst. A stormtrooper turned his gun on his own squad before a commissarial round took the top of his head off. Vox channels filled with a rising howl as Profaniti moved among them in sheets of displaced air and shards of impossible sensation, gutting minds faster than bodies. The pylon field reacted. Null pressure surged through the ground. Silver rods screamed. One of the resonance frames folded in half and sheared a prisoner into ribbons. Profaniti laughed through the host's distended throat and flung 2 soldiers bodily into a pylon base hard enough to pulp them into the stone. Eisenhorn fired and saw the shots pass through layers of possession, wounding the flesh but not the thing enthroned inside it. "Bring the field up," he shouted. A Cadian engineer slammed the trigger rune on the emergency null generator they had hauled in precisely for this possibility. The machine coughed, whined, and then delivered its charge through the prepared array. The result was not clean. Nothing involving Quixos' work was ever clean. The host body took the first force of it. Profaniti's stolen flesh blackened at once. Veins flashed white through the skin. The skull cracked open along 3 lines. One arm blew apart from the shoulder in a spray of cooked meat and bone splinters. Yet the demon did not leave at once. It fought the suppression with hideous fury, shredding the minds of 2 more men and forcing one psyker attached to Eisenhorn's team to his knees in convulsions before the pylon harmonics and null field together finally overwhelmed the manifestation. The host vaporized, not exploded, not burned. It became a drifting red-black mist threaded with ash and fragments of teeth, stripped apart to the edge of nothing by the combined violence of warp and anti-warp colliding through one mortal shell. Then the field went dead. Smoke drifted between the pylons. The surviving investigators moved through a scene that no artist of sane instincts would have painted if ordered to depict hell. Men on the ground clutching ruined faces, others kneeling beside comrades whose heads had burst open under psychic overload, prisoners half liquefied in their chains, servitor chassis still twitching while brain matter steamed from ruptured cranial ports. The black stone pylons standing above it all in terrible, mute indifference. They secured what remained of the convoy. Among the crates, under layered false manifests and cargo prayer seals, they found survey notes, harmonic tables, Blackstone transfer records, trade route maps, and one partial cross-reference bundle pointing back through merchant shell structures, path relay houses, and certain old inquisitorial disappearances. It took 3 days in the archives of Kasser Kraf before the buried pattern resolved enough to yield a name. Eisenhorn stood with 2 Cadian archive officers and one adept historian as the final seal was broken. The record was old, damaged, cross-buried under death notices, missing action reports, and prescribed personnel transfers. Yet the name remained. Quixos, not dead, not forgotten, not truly gone at all, only hidden, moving beneath the skin of the Imperium, the way an old blade lies buried in scar tissue until the flesh around it begins to fail. Farnes Beta had once been an unremarkable world by the low and miserable standards of the Imperium. It had possessed continents of ash desert and iron-rich mountains, a few inland seas gone brackish from overuse, hive scars not yet old enough to earn reverence, and a population vast enough to matter only as a tithe category. Men were born there, worked there, bred there, and died there beneath schedules, ration bells, and the patient arithmetic of imperial extraction. There had been nothing singular in it, no relic glory, no famous saint, no ancient curse whose name survived the passing of centuries. Quixos preferred it that way. A world already burdened by greatness carried too many eyes. A world too holy grew noisy when it was violated. A world too poor could not sustain the scale he required. Farnis Beta had been a balance of utility and anonymity, a middling sphere whose disappearance inside false reports, redirected traffic, and sealed military exemptions could be managed for decades before anyone with sufficient authority began asking the right questions in the right order. By the time the right questions were finally asked, the world was no longer a world in any sane human sense. It was a machine being built out of populations. From orbit, the first sign was the light. The night side of Farnis Beta glowed, not with city constellations, but with lines, circles, and wounds of fire cut across continents in geometries too vast for ordinary industry. Excavation fields burned in squares and spirals visible from low atmosphere. Corpse fires ran along transport trenches where the dead were rendered as fuel, fertilizer, or warning according to need. Vast labour encampments surrounded the primary dig sites in rings of lumen towers and black smoke. Between them moved columns of chained humanity, so immense that they resembled rivers of soot crawling across the world. No hololithic feed captured their scale honestly. One had to stand above the fields themselves and watch a slave road continue past the horizon in both directions to understand what Quixos had made. Blackstone monoliths rose from those fields like unfinished cathedrals. Some had been quarried in secret from worlds whose names were no longer permitted in the lower archives. Some had been cut from dormant strata beneath Farnis Beta itself, after Quixos' savants finally recognized the old signatures hidden in the crust. Others were not true pylons, but imitations, copies built from measurement, inference, agony, and blasphemous engineering. They stood in ranks, some as small as hab towers, some as large as hive basilicas laid on end, all surrounded by scaffolding, crane webs, ward lattices, and sacrifice pits. Their surfaces drank light. Their edges seemed too exact for tools made by men. Runes crawled on them at the angle of perception, but vanished when stared at directly. Around their bases, the ground had turned glassy and pale, as if the soil itself had forgotten whether it belonged to matter or some lesser, more obedient form of existence. Quixos had not built a fortress on Farnis Beta. He had built an argument. Every trench, every labour camp, every altar pit, every convoy line, every resonance tower and excavation shaft insisted on the same central claim: that the Eye of Terror was not an act of godhood beyond comprehension, but a wound. That wounds could be strangled. That the Imperium had lacked not purity, nor courage, nor piety, but the necessary depravity to pay the cost of a real answer. The first camp on the southern continent held only 6 million slaves. By the 10th year, there were 37 primary labour districts, each one larger than many hive cities. The original populations of Farnis Beta had been divided and redivided through a bureaucracy so monstrous that it had become elegant. Men of working age entered excavation battalions or monolith hall lines. The old, the sick, and the spiritually doubtful went into processing yards where their bodies became feedstock for the furnaces, sacrificial material for the rites. or nutrient bricks for the lower caste camps. Children with useful stress tolerances were sorted into future labour pools, courier corps, or soul guard trial groups. Those with Psychana markers were dragged into black transit columns and sent below. Whole townships vanished inside category changes and emerged as fuel tallies. This was how the billions registered, not as glorious armies marching under banners, as inventory. Entire populations processed into labour pools, militia stocks, feedstock, sacrificial reserves, and ammunition for an idea. The outer defensive complex stretched across 3 continents and the near-orbital void above them. Minefields glittered in desert flats and canyon mouths. Fortress trenches zigzagged for hundreds of miles, lined with macro batteries, gun servitors, and bomb-proof catacomb routes. Void shields rose over the principal monolith fields in layered domes that made the sky shimmer like bruised glass. Bound warp things were chained beneath bastion towers and fed criminals until battle alarms called them to use. Cult armies drilled on parade plains beside ranks of corrupted mercenary armor, their commanders barking cadence through Vox grills while sacrificial smoke drifted over the lines. Armories, reliquary vaults, and summoning chapels sat within the same defensive belts as manufactoria and ration depots, because Quixos no longer recognized a moral distinction between shell, sermon, and spell. His warband moved through it all like the priesthood of some antediluvian empire. Null-trained killers patrolled the inner Blackstone yards, with faces hidden behind featureless masks. Soul guards stood motionless in chapel gatehouses, skin ridged by healed ward cuts, organs humming under relic implants, eyes empty of all but conditioned purpose. Merchant fixers and cult accountants worked from administration vaults, where tithe ledgers, relic inventories, and casualty conversions were treated with equal sanctity. Rogue savants shuffled beneath data halos in the lower observatories, translating harmonic feedback from the monolith fields into equations that drove men to madness after sufficient exposure. Warded execution teams walked the camps at night, dragging out the exhausted, the mutinous, and the merely unlucky. The mercy of Farnes Beta was efficiency. No suffering there was wasted. At the center of the greatest excavation zone, where the copied pylons rose in widening circles around the primary Blackstone throat, Quixos had raised the Basilica of Suppression. It was part command sanctum, part laboratory, part temple of accusation. The walls were poured from black aggregate mixed with human ash. The ceiling was ribbed in iron and silvered bone. Beneath its central nave lay the resonance pits, where psychers stood in cages while anti-warp harmonics were tuned against their minds. The smell of the place was unforgettable. Hot iron, incense, opened flesh, ozone from overdriven machinery. That faint, dry scent that came whenever Blackstone was made to sing against the warp. Severian Vale entered the nave under guard escort and saw 3 rows of cages occupied. In the first row stood sanctioned psychers taken from decommissioned choir fleets, their eyes sewn open with silver thread so their reactions could be read properly by the observing savants. In the second stood condemned cult magi from 6 worlds, each one shaved, flayed in precise strips, and covered in inked notation like specimens in a medical archive. In the third stood prisoners who had never mattered enough to be named, labour overseers, scribes, militia captains, all now reduced to instruments through which Quixos could measure what happened when monolith harmonics rose by ordered degrees. The test began on a hand signal. Silver rods descended around the first cage. Blackstone hum deepened through the floor. One psyker screamed at once, a perfect tearing noise that abruptly cut off when both eyes ruptured and ran down his cheeks. Another convulsed so hard his spine snapped, yet he remained upright in the restraint field, while blood and foam pumped from his mouth in rhythmic bursts. The cult magus in the second row began praying to a god long since denied him, and liquefied from the inside before he reached the end of the sentence, skin slumping over a cage floor, now slick with red broth and floating bones. In the third row, a labor captain simply ceased to exist above the neck. There was a wet detonation. Grey paste struck the walls. The body remained standing for 2 heartbeats before folding. The savants wrote everything down. Quixos watched from the observation gallery without blinking. "He held 3 counts longer than the previous strain," said one of the rogue adepts, peering through brass optics toward the surviving psyker in the first row. "He had stronger denial conditioning," Quixos replied. "Adjust the catechism load and repeat the sequence with higher null pressure." Vale looked at the cages and then at his master's profile. "This will kill them all." "Yes, they have already told us what they know." Quixos turned slightly, just enough that Vale could see the black tracery climbing from beneath the collar to the jawline and the old fire hidden behind his eyes. "I am not interrogating them." He returned his gaze to the gallery glass. "I am calibrating the death of gods." Cherubael stood to one side of the gallery in his current host. A broad-shouldered man flensed across one cheek, so the exposed teeth showed through the skin whenever he smiled. He smiled often. Profaniti occupied another host farther back, thin and robed, hands folded, head bowed in false humility that fooled no one who had survived long enough to look twice. Cherubel laughed softly as another prisoner burst. "You see," he murmured, "this is why I keep him. He is never dull." Profaniti's answer was almost a whisper. He mistakes appetite for command. Quixos did not turn toward either demon. He had long ago ceased pretending their speech did not reach him. "I mistake nothing," he said. Cherubel's host grinned wider, skin splitting at the ruined cheek. "No, that is quite true. You understand your sins in exquisite detail." The relationship between master and bound monstrosities had developed into something worse than hatred and more intimate than alliance. Cherubel mocked because mockery was in his nature and because he enjoyed the spectacle of a man trying to master hell by feeding it in rationed increments. Profaniti spoke less, but its silences were greedy. Both saw what Quixos refused to confess in words, that every step towards sealing the abyss required him to place more of himself within it, that he no longer merely used the forbidden. He had organized his entire purpose around it, yet the work advanced. On the northern continent, the copied pylon ring reached completion around the primary throat field. 7 monoliths the size of cathedrals were lowered into prepared sockets with chains thick as tank hulls, while slave columns hauled sacrificial ballast, null reactive ore, and burial ash across causeways lit by corpse fires. On the eastern plateau, mercenary armor brigades repainted in the dark heraldry of Quixos's hidden empire, drilled beside militia blocks culled from the camp populations. In the western trench seas, mine belts were extended another 300 miles and stitched with vox-triggered kill zones designed to turn assault corridors into abattoirs. The labor camps expanded, then expanded again. No humanizing story existed anywhere in it. A man might work 3 years in a quarry line and earn only replacement iron for the chain through his neck. A child might survive the first sorting and be rewarded with a place in a resonance testing cohort where her bones would melt under anti-warp pressure before she reached maturity. A tribe of feral auxiliaries imported from a shrine moon might drill for months in the dust, win every ration contest, and die in one afternoon as planned sacrificial shielding during a monolith alignment rite. Every seeming miracle had a butcher's bill. Every advance in Quixos' impossible anti-warp engineering rested on anonymous pyramids of meat. That was precisely why he believed in it. The Imperium had spent lives forever. It merely spent them stupidly. He addressed the inner war councils from the Basilica of Suppression, with the copied monoliths visible through the high arch openings behind him, black and impossible against a sky that had begun to bruise around the edges. His captains, savants, fixers, demon wardens, and selected commanders of militia and mercenary host stood below the dais in ordered ranks, while Cherubael and Prophaniti remained at the margins like obscene saints at a dark altar. "You speak to me of cost," Quixos said, voice carrying through the vast chamber without strain. As if cost were revelation, as if I had not spent my life among worlds where the Imperium immolates 10,000 men to save 100, then buries the arithmetic in prayer and calls the result virtue. He descended one step. The throne survives because mankind pours blood into failure faster than failure can drink it. That is not wisdom, that is habit, that is fear wrapped in ritual language. Another step. I am done with habit. I am done with fear. I am done with the piety of men who would rather lose 1,000,000 worlds cleanly than save them by touching what disgusts them. His gaze moved across the chamber, freezing each listener in turn. The eye can be choked. The wound can be tightened until the enemy bleeds from it instead of us. The pylons were not built as monuments. They were built as instruments. And if the Imperium lacks the will to play them properly, then I will do it in its name and over its objections alike. No applause followed. These men were beyond such simple theatre. There was only silence, and beneath the silence, the immense machinery of Farnes Beta working without rest. Vale watched from the front rank and knew, with the old ache that had become almost companionable, that Quixos believed every word. That was the poison in him. Not secret ambition, not merely corruption, conviction. He had become the kind of damned man who could speak monstrous necessity with the cadence of devotion and make hardened killers want to believe the obscenity was noble because the scale of the promise dwarfed the scale of the slaughter. After the address, in the private strategium beneath the dais, Vale dared one question. And if the machine fails? Quixos studied the latest harmonic renderings projected over the table, lines of Blackstone resonance intersecting with warp pressure models and field collapse estimates. It will fail many times before it succeeds. That is not what I meant. Quixos raised his eyes. Vale forced the rest out. If you do this, if you truly press against the eye itself, if the copied pylons answer wrong, if the warp does not recede but tears wider, what then? For a moment, the strategium seemed quieter than the planet outside had any right to permit. Then Quixos said, "Then mankind dies as it was always going to die, only after having finally attempted something worthy of the cost." Vale had no answer. Reality near the central field had already begun to blister. Men reported hearing delays in their own footsteps. Shadows arrived before the bodies casting them. A trench-line chaplain walked into the basilica one evening, carrying his own detached hand under his arm, as if only just realizing it no longer belonged at the wrist. The outer walls of the resonance yards sweated a clear fluid that evaporated upward and made those who breathed it dream in perfect geometric shapes. birds crossing above the copied monolith ring dropped dead without visible injury. The corpse fires burned in colours not found in approved flame chemistry. Once, during a storm over the northern plateau, the sky opened not to rain, but to a view of some other place. A gulf of slow-turning stars and great dark shapes moving behind them, before the wound sealed with a crack loud enough to split windows across 2 labor districts. The machinery was unstable. Quixos knew. So did the savants. So did the demons, who watched the growing distortions with the smug fascination of predators seeing a hunter walk too near the trap he has set. At the primary throat field, the final pre-alignment rite required simultaneous activation of 7 copied monoliths and 1 recovered authentic pylon core fragment suspended beneath the central gantry. 10,000 psychers had already died preparing the harmonic models. 200,000 labourers had been consumed, widening the excavation and raising the retaining rings. 3 whole militia blocks had been fed to bound warp things to keep the outer defence lines spiritually charged. On the eve of the activation, the slave columns still moved under torchlight, miles and miles of chained bodies hauling fresh ballast and fresh dead toward the pits, because even now the machine drank faster than the world could supply it. Cherubbaal came to Quixos that night in the monolith field. The demon host's borrowed face was handsome in the way blades were handsome, ruined in one corner, amused in all the others. The corpse fires behind him cast a red sheen over the black stone. "You can feel it, can you not?" Cherubbaal said. "The wound pressing back." Quixos stood at the edge of the central excavation, looking down into the throat where cranes swung over abyssal depth and the suspended pylon fragment hung surrounded by silver cagework and chanting ward crews. "I can feel resistance. You can feel recognition." Profaniti approached from the opposite side, robed host silent until it reached the light. "Reality thins," it said softly. "Your machine pinches nerves older than your species." "That is the point," Cherubbaal chuckled. "You really do think in simple lines. Pressure here, collapse there, scream, silence, victory." Quixos finally turned to face them both. "I think in results." "And if the result is not a sealed wound?" Profaniti asked. "But a better one." Quixos's hand closed over the hilt of Karnagar. "Then you will have had the privilege of watching me correct it." For the first time that night, neither demon answered at once. Far above them, in the bruised dark over Farnes Beta, the defense fleet began to report contacts. At first, they were distant things. Translation wakes at the edge of Auspec's certainty. Then more followed. Not one arrival, but many, scattered through the system's approach vectors and linked by encrypted identifiers. The outer monitors could not all crack before the alarm spread. Some were inquisitorial, some military, some belonged to allies bound by older oaths, debts, and shared enmities. All of them were converging. In the command sanctum, klaxons began to howl. Across the trenches, garrison guns slewed toward the void. Minefield activation runes blinked awake in sequence. Militia blocks were dragged from sleep and hurled toward defensive positions. Mercenary armor columns ignited engines in smoking ranks. Bound warp things began to shriek beneath their towers, sensing battle before men saw it. Within the labor camps, panic spread in ripples, and the warded execution teams answered with gunfire, whips, and selective butchery to keep the processing lines moving. Vale entered the monolith field at a run, breath hard in the cold air, vox chatter hissing from the beads at his throat. "They have come," he said. Quixos looked up toward the invisible war beginning above the cloud cover. At last, the war he had invited, earned and engineered through years of hidden blasphemy, had finally crossed the threshold from secrecy into open collision. Not a purge, not a hunt, a reckoning in force. Behind him, the copied pylons loomed over the corpse-lit field like black judges, waiting to see whether mankind's most disciplined heretic had truly built a noose for the eye, or merely a new mouth for hell. And in the void above, multiple task forces translated inward, bringing with them the full weight of the answer. The war for Farnes Beta did not begin with a declaration. It began with translation scars ripping open the edge of the system and spilling armed certainty into the void. Warships of the Holy Ordos came first, their prows shaped like verdicts, their launch bays already vomiting attack craft before the plasma wash of translation had faded. Behind them came naval escorts, seconded through quiet channels, troop haulers under borrowed authority, black-hulled craft bearing seals no common officer was meant to recognize, and ships belonging to men who would have denied all affiliation had the guns not already been firing. Each commander carried his own briefing. Each Inquisitor carried his own righteousness. Each believed, with the total conviction available only to the truly dangerous, that he had come to save mankind from a doom that lesser men would not even understand in time to name. So the system died beneath competing salvations. Defense platforms around Farnes Beta ignited first, mine belts flaring in strings of white violence across the dark. Gun batteries hidden in moons and debris stations opened upon the incoming line with disciplined fury, and the answering broadsides tore metal open from stern to shrine. Boarding torpedoes lanced through the wreckage streams. Attack craft screamed down toward orbital bastions, while saboteurs already hidden among station crews cut power to hangar decks, assassinated signal adepts, and turned point defense arrays upon friendly launch corridors. On one transport deck, a stormtrooper company died before embarkation because a quartermaster bought 3 years earlier by the Sons of Baal had replaced sanctified promethium with a contact volatile that turned the troop hold into a sun the moment the first engine ignition lit it. In the lower atmosphere, contrails crossed over one another like knife marks over healed scar tissue. Dropships plunged toward trench complexes and monolith fields under fire from macro batteries, and shrieking warp things dragged aloft on leash chains of sigil-lit iron. The landers that made groundfall did so into kill zones already measured, ranged and fed with human meat by Quixos' engineers. Some vanished into minefields so dense that whole platoons ceased to exist before their boots touched soil. Others struck the defensive belts intact and disgorged Kasrkin, stormtroopers, warded kill teams, and inquisitorial assault cadres into a world that had long ago ceased pretending it was still merely a planet. Farnes Beta was a war machine built out of population. Now the machine turned to face its makers. Gregor Eisenhorn descended with the third wave onto the southern Trench Sea, where the corpse fires burned day and night behind Blackstone earthworks. His lander hit hard, retro thrusters blasting blood-rich dust and fragments of blown bone over the assault ramp. He was moving before the ramp had fully lowered, bolt pistol in one hand, force staff in the other, coat snapping in the furnace wind. Around him came his hand-picked strike group, not a ceremonial retinue but a kill formation assembled from necessity and compromise. Cadian storm veterans, Ordo troopers trained for demon breach work, a sanctioned psyker fitted with null dampers so severe that every third sentence came out in a nosebleed, a demolition adept whose hands shook whenever the warp came close, and therefore trusted his fear more than the courage of cleaner men. He had built the team not from purity, but from survivability. That fact already tasted bitter. Ahead, stretched trench lines filled with corpses, shattered servitors, and the black glass that formed wherever artillery and monolith harmonics kissed the same ground. Gunfire rolled over the fields in ceaseless sheets. Somewhere to the east, a void shield collapsed with a groan so deep it seemed to rise from inside the planet. Somewhere farther north, something large and winged died screaming over the lines and rained down in flaming pieces that kept moving after impact. Eisenhorn keyed the command bead at his throat. All assault elements confirm. Responses came through static, blood and distant detonations. A Khazarkin captain advancing on the flank trenches. Naval breach teams fighting for a bastion transit shaft. A second inquisitorial detachment already requesting priority access to the Basilica sector under sealed authority Eisenhorn had no intention of respecting. Another task force had gone dark entirely. A third was demanding orbital fire on coordinates that still house living Imperial troops. The intelligence war ran beneath the visible one. Inquisitors lied to allies as naturally as other men breathed. Landing plans were withheld. Intercepts were redacted. Rescue requests were weighed against strategic secrecy and often found wanting. One hunter tried to reroute another into a mine belt by falsifying trench clearance codes. Another ordered a communication blackout over an entire front because he suspected a rival had learned too much about the Blackstone heart of the project. Every man wrapped his calculation in language of duty. Every compromise called itself stewardship. Eisenhorn despised it. He also used it. When a captured signal adept coughed up the shifting relay channels of a rival Ordo commander under pressure, Eisenhorn took the information, fed false artillery coordinates back through the channel, and let the other man waste half a bombardment group flattening an abandoned labor quarter. It gave his own strike wing the 6 minutes it needed to clear a kill corridor toward the inner trenches. A decade earlier, he might have hesitated. Here, he did not. The southern push advanced by brutality and subtraction. Khazarkin teams moved in textbook wedges through broken revetments, only to be torn apart when bound warp things erupted from buried culverts beneath them. Stormtroopers with ward poles cleared a bunker line and found its interior fused into one pulsing mass of gun servitors and human remains. Every weapons feed still firing from inside the meat. Artillery from the invasion fleet flattened Blackstone earthworks ahead of the assault, but the impacts turned the trench walls into razored glass that shredded the feet and hands of those forced to climb over them. Blood filled the communication trenches in shallow red rivers. Broken lenses and vitrified soil turned the whole southern line into an open wound packed with glittering teeth. Through it all, Quixos answered with terrifying precision. He had studied war too long to be surprised by scale. He counterattacked not where the assault was strongest, but where the hunters had just begun to believe they understood the field. Cult militia blocks already in retreat were turned and driven back into the guns of the attackers, so that dying bodies would foul the trench approaches and mask the movement of fresh demon wardens. Behind them, labor columns fleeing the bombardment were machine-gunned from the rear by Quixos' own execution teams. The fallen piled into barricades to delay pursuit and preserve the secret transit routes beneath the camps. Wounded followers too, ruined for useful service, were dragged to the warp towers and fed alive into chained entities whose shrieks powered the next wave of defensive rites. Men who hesitated were not corrected. They were shot where they stood and left hanging over parapets, as examples to those whose loyalty required refreshing. He weaponized his own casualties. He weaponized his own terror. From the command sanctum beneath the Basilica of Suppression, Quixos moved formations with the cold grace of a surgeon cutting through infected flesh. He rerouted mercenary armor through mine lanes moments before naval fire could close them. He sacrificed the western labor districts to draw 3 invasion battalions into a null dead zone where psychers combusted in rank and file as Blackstone harmonics suddenly rose through the ground beneath them. He ordered a deliberate breach in the second trench ring, knowing the attackers would surge into it. When they did, the buried reservoirs beneath the trench floor were ignited, and the whole lane became a furnace full of screaming men and cracked glass. Messages reached Eisenhorn through all of it. Some were intercepted vox bursts that bore Quixos' voice in clipped, terrible calm, issuing orders that sounded less like commands than doctrinal verdicts. Yield the Eastern Bastion. Let them take the dead with them. Fire into the Labour Road. Fear spreads faster through crowds than doctrine. Open the lower gates and release the chained host. Others came in stranger forms. A dead courier found propped upright against a trench wall, throat cut, chest cavity opened and filled with cogitator strips carrying one short message in Quixos' hand. You still believe this is corruption. That is why you are losing. Eisenhorn burned the strips after reading them. The philosophical duel between them began long before they stood in the same chamber. It unfolded through broken channels, recovered transmissions, and the testimony of dying intermediaries, too compromised to survive the burden of carrying either man's words. When Eisenhorn's forces seized a signal crypt beneath the third trench line, they found a living operator wired into the relay throne so thoroughly that unplugging him killed him in 8 seconds. Eisenhorn used 5 of them. "Patch me through," he said. The operator's ruined eyes rolled toward him in pleading disbelief. The connection came alive in a burst of static and distant screams. Quixos answered at once, as if he had been waiting. "You have reached farther than most." Eisenhorn kept his voice flat. "You have built a kingdom out of butchery and called it salvation. I have built an answer. You have built a shrine to your own arrogance. No, the Imperium built that long ago. I am merely the first man honest enough to step onto the altar." Around Eisenhorn, Kasrakin checked firing lines and Medici orderlies dragged the still living from a pile of exploded men. He listened to Quixos' voice over all of it and heard not madness, which would have been easier, but ferocious conviction. "You have damned yourself," Eisenhorn said. "And you have not. Is that still the story you tell yourself when you read a sealed ledger and decide one city must burn so that a sector may sleep easier? Damnation is not in the contact, Eisenhorn. It is in the weakness after. You mistake conscience for weakness, and you mistake hesitation for soul." The line died in a burst of feedback that cooked the operator's brain in his skull. Smoke rose from the ruined man's ears. Eisenhorn stepped away while the corpse twitched in the throne and knew that Quixos had heard the exhaustion beneath his own certainty just as clearly as he had heard Quixos's. That mutual recognition was its own corruption. By the middle phase of the war, Eisenhorn's own methods had begun to darken in reply. He authorized the use of tainted codebooks captured from the Sons of Baal because clean channels were too slow. He ordered the shelling of an entire slave quarter after Auspex failed to distinguish civilians from a concealed cult artillery park. He let one of his psychers interrogate a dying path, accountant beyond sanctioned thresholds, because the man's mind held monolith transit schedules and time no longer tolerated scruple. When the psycher's eyes burst from the effort and the accountant's skull cracked under the pressure of extraction, Eisenhorn took the schedule anyway and gave thanks only in silence. Moral victory had left the field hours after first landfall. What remained was a contest in survival, secrecy, and the speed with which each man could make peace with his own necessary filth. Cherubbaal made that peace harder. As the pressure around the Blackstone Heart intensified and Quixos' copied monoliths sang more violently through the ground, the demon host's leash began to fray. Reports came from the inner trenches of friendly militia found opened from throat to groin by nothing visible but claw marks and laughter. A ward tower went silent, then was discovered with all hands nailed alive to its outer face, while something inside the command chamber had painted impossible eyes on the walls in blood. Quixos redeployed Cherubbaal twice, and twice the demon broke pattern to slaughter whatever amused him most at the moment, enemy and follower alike. Propheniti remained more obedient, but obedience in that creature had always resembled appetite with better table manners. By dusk of the second day, the outer war had collapsed inward. Void combat still raged overhead, but on the surface, every surviving objective now pointed toward the Blackstone Heart. The trench belts were broken in places, burning in others, and the corpse fires had spread into the labor camps so that whole districts went up in dirty orange sheets visible across continents. Bastion lines were flattened by artillery. Minefields were exhausted into craters and glass. Psychers on both sides either burned out or were reserved for inner ring emergencies, where the null resonance made survival almost academic. What had begun as a system-wide conflict of fleets, landings, sabotage and concealed warrants had become the inevitable thing at its center, a narrowing funnel of men, guns, demons and faith closing around Quixos and the machine he had built. Eisenhorn assembled his final strike group in the ruins of a shattered transit bastion 3 miles from the Basilica. It was smaller than the force he had landed with, much smaller. The Kasrkin captain remained, face cut half open by flying glass and one arm bandaged black with dried blood. 2 stormtroopers with enough ammunition left to matter. The sanctioned psyker still breathing, though blood leaked steadily from both ears, and his hands would not stop shaking. A null-trained killer taken from another inquisitorial task force after the rest of his unit died in a warp breach. 3 demolition men. 1 archivist who knew the lower Basilica schematics because he had read Quixos' own stolen revisions and could no longer meet anyone's eyes after doing so. Eisenhorn looked at them and spoke without ornament. "We go for the heart now. No rescue priority. No recovery priority. Kill priority only." The archivist swallowed. "And if the copied field activates before we reach him? Then we stop it." The man's voice thinned. "Even if that means collapsing the whole site on ourselves." Eisenhorn held his gaze. "Yes." No one left. The final approach was through blackstone culverts beneath the inner trench ring, where blood and groundwater ran together over shards of glass. Demolition charges opened the first sealed door. The second had to be cut through with melter tools, while a firefight raged above their heads so loud that dust rained in constant curtains from the ceiling. At the third junction, they found a corridor full of Quixos' own dead, execution teams and ward bearers alike, all slashed apart by something with claws and a sense of theatre. Cherubbaal. The evidence of failing control was everywhere now. Friendly positions gutted from within. Orders countermanded by screams on command vox. Demon laughter crossing channels meant for artillery calibration. Quixos' grand design was still functioning, still horrifyingly close to fruition, but the stresses he had called necessary were beginning to shake the machine off its bolts. They reached the Basilica during a bombardment. The outer nave had already been hit twice by macro shells. Black aggregate walls smouldered. Human ash from the construction mix drifted in pale clouds through the breach. Points. Inside, soul guards fought and died in utter silence, their carved skins glowing where old ward lines had reopened under pressure. One took 4 hellgun blasts to the chest and still closed to cut a stormtrooper's head from his shoulders with a sanctified cleaver before the Kasrkin captain put a crack round into his spine. Another tore a demolition man open with bare hands, relic implants humming audibly beneath the flayed script of his flesh, before Eisenhorn crushed his skull with a psychic blow that left blood running from his own nose for the effort. They moved chamber by chamber toward the resonance core. Every room carried its own butcher's bill. Psychana galleries where burned-out prisoners still steamed in their cages. Administration vaults stacked with casualty ledgers and sacrificial tallies. Feeding pits where wounded followers had been thrown to chained warp entities to keep them ravenous and compliant. Chapel corridors where Quixos' loyal servants hung from hooks, executed not for betrayal, but for uncertainty detected at the wrong moment. The closer Eisenhorn came, the clearer Quixos' cruelty became. Not broad cruelty, not the indiscriminate savagery of ordinary heretics. Something colder, more exact. A willingness to cut away hesitation, failure and weakness with the same clean contempt, whether the subject was a slave column, a demon host, or a man who had served him for 30 years. At the threshold of the inner sanctum, another vox burst reached them. This time there was no intermediary. Eisenhorn! The voice rolled through the basilica speakers and through the bones of the building itself. You are almost here, Eisenhorn answered into the open chamber. So are you. Quixos' reply came after a beat. You have killed much to stand where you stand. Yes. At last, some honesty. The next words were not spoken over Vox at all. They came from the far side of the opened sanctum doors. Quixos stood beyond them in the light of the Blackstone Heart, almost within arm's reach at last. The central chamber of the basilica had split under stress, its floor broken into rings around the suspended pylon fragment hanging over a shaft of impossible depth. Copied monolith harmonics throbbed through the walls. Silver rods spat sparks. Corpse light from the fires outside bled through the high fractures in the masonry. Behind Quixos, Cherubael prowled in a host body, half ruined by war, smiling too widely, while somewhere in the smoke to the left, Profaniti watched from borrowed human eyes with perfect stillness. Quixos himself was bloodied, coat torn, one shoulder black with burned armor and dried gore. Eisenhorn looked no better. Dust, blood, and ash marked them both. The men behind each were fewer than they had been. The convictions between them were narrower and more dangerous. For a moment, neither moved. Then Quixos said, almost gently, "Tell me, was your soul intact all the way here?" Eisenhorn raised his weapon. No man reaches this place intact. At that, Quixos' mouth twitched with something like approval, and the final distance between them became the most inevitable thing in the galaxy. The basilica shook like a dying beast, trying to rise one last time from the butcher's slab. Above its broken vaults, the sky over Farnes Beta had ceased to be sky in any faithful sense. Psychic storms rolled over the Blackstone fields in bruised spirals, shedding violet fire and strips of darkness that moved against the wind. The copied pylons stood amid the ruin like execution stakes around a sacrificial pit, some still singing with anti-warp force, others cracked and vomiting dead light from their seams. Beyond the basilica walls, the battlefield was no longer cleanly divisible into front lines, trenches, and strong points. Real space and the warp had begun scraping against one another like grinding blades. Men fired on shapes they could not later describe. Fortifications bled. Vox towers moaned in voices not their own. A trench half a mile east of the Heartfield had turned inside out and become a canyon of glass and screaming faces before collapsing under artillery fire and burying several thousand soldiers from both sides together in molten stone. Inside the sanctum, Gregor Eisenhorn and Quixos stood within killing distance at last. The pylon fragments suspended over the abyssal shaft behind Quixos shed a black glow that was not truly light, but the absence of every comforting property light had ever possessed. It cast no warmth. It revealed without illuminating. It made the skin feel thinner and the bones heavier. Around it, silver rods sparked and cracked as harmonics climbed toward a threshold that none of the surviving savants were alive to interpret. The floor rings of the chamber had buckled upward in places, leaving jagged courses of black aggregate, broken wardstone, and lengths of exposed cabling slick with blood. Quixos looked almost gaunt enough to be ascetic. War had carved him down to essentials. His coat was ripped open at one side. Burned ceramite still clung to his left shoulder in blackened plates. Blood had dried in a long fan from his ribs to his thigh. The black veins from the old claw in his heart had spread higher still, climbing his throat and touching the line of his jaw like script written by an unseen hand beneath the flesh. Yet none of it made him seem weakened. If anything, the attrition had purified him into a harder thing. He looked as though every compromise, every corpse, every betrayal, and every sleepless year had finally condensed into one final and terrible shape. Eisenhorn was no more cleanly preserved. His coat hung in strips. His right sleeve was wet to the elbow with blood from a slash taken in the approach. Dust and ash streaked his face. There was fresh blood at one nostril from the psychic work that had brought him this far. Around and behind him, the remnants of his strike group formed a ragged line at the threshold, while Quixos' surviving wardens and soul guards held the far side amid smoke and corpse light. Between them prowled Cherubiel, in a host body more ruin than man. And somewhere in the broken arches to the left, Profaniti watched through stolen human eyes, waiting for the command or the opportunity to become disaster. For a moment that contained a world's worth of dying, neither Inquisitor moved. Then Quixos spoke. "You have seen enough now. No report, no witness, no archive fragment. You have walked through the whole anatomy of it. Tell me, Eisenhorn, where exactly do you still locate the sin? In the tools, in the arithmetic, in my refusal to lie to myself about what victory costs?" Eisenhorn answered without lowering his weapon. "In your worship of necessity." A faint smile passed over Quixos' bloodless mouth. Worship, such a convenient word. It saves men from having to think. I have not worshipped. I have built. I have measured. I have cut open the old weakness and found the rotted organ at the center. The Imperium is afraid. Afraid to know. Afraid to learn. Afraid to use the enemy's own anatomy against him because purity has become a comfort blanket for bureaucrats and martyrs. He gestured with Carnagar toward the howling dark beyond the basilica walls, toward the broken world, the Blackstone field, the corpse fires, and the sky opening in wounds above them. Everything I have done was for this. Every body, every demon, every treachery, every world spent in silence, to forge the one weapon the Imperium was too frightened to make. His voice rose only slightly, but in the chamber it sounded as though stone itself had chosen to speak. The eye is not divine. It is a breach, a wound, and wounds may be strangled if one has the will to get blood on both hands. They would rather lose 1,000,000 worlds piously than save one by committing the honest crime. I would not. I did not. Eisenhorn felt, to his own disgust, that some part of him understood. Not accepted. Never that, but understood. He had seen the Imperium spend human life by the continent and then call the invoice mercy because the alternatives were too ugly to print. He had seen worlds burned for half a rumour. He had seen clean-handed men sign orders that drowned hives in atomics, then denounce radicals for touching the filth more directly. Quixos' accusation lived because there was truth buried inside it, black and poisonous as a blade fragment in the heart. That was what made victory here so spiritually foul. Not that Quixos was wrong in all things, that he was wrong in the one way that mattered most, and right often enough in the others to rot certainty from the inside. Eisenhorn said, "There is truth in what you accuse. That does not make you right." "No," said Quixos. "It merely makes you late." Cherubael laughed. The sound came from the ruined host body, standing, behind Quixos, but it also rolled through the walls, the suspended pylon, the broken ward circuits, and the bones of every man in the chamber. Several of the survivors at the threshold flinched despite themselves. "Oh, but this is exquisite," the demon murmured. "One butcher calls the other damned for using a larger knife." "Be silent," Quixos said. Cherubel spread the host's torn arms in a parody of deference. "As master commands, though I confess I cherish these family arguments among your species. You always reserve your most intimate hatreds for those who most resemble you." Profaniti moved then, sliding from the smoke with impossible stillness. The host body it wore had once been a thin administrative functionary by the look of it. Now the face was too smooth, too attentive, too calm in the wrong places. "The field climbs," it said softly. "If you continue debating, Master, reality may choose for you." That snapped the moment. Quixos moved first. Karnagar came out in a low, vicious arc aimed not at Eisenhorn's head, but at the weapon line. A killing cut meant to break his defense and open the body a heartbeat later. Eisenhorn caught it on the haft of his force staff, and the sanctum detonated with noise. Wards still clinging to the chamber walls burst into strips of white fire. The nearest silver rod folded in half and sprayed molten fragments over two stormtroopers, turning one into a thrashing torch. The pylon fragment above the shaft gave one deep, impossible note that made every tooth in Eisenhorn's skull ache. They broke apart and met again at once. This was no elegant duel. It had no room for elegance. Not here, not now, not after the miles of blood that had led them into each other's reach. It was blade against stave, gauntlet against wrist, shoulder into ribs, boots slipping in ash and gore while the world outside screamed itself apart. Quixos fought like a man who had spent his whole life reducing morality to angles of attack. He wasted no motion. Every strike of Karnagar was chosen to maim, unbalance, or penetrate. Eisenhorn gave ground, recovered, rammed the ferrule of his staff into Quixos' wounded side, and felt the impact travel through the other man's body. Quixos did not cry out. He backhanded Eisenhorn across the face with the pommel of the demon blade, hard enough to split the cheek, and followed at once with a thrust for the throat. Eisenhorn barely turned it, and the edge carved a burning line across his collar instead, opening flesh and cloth together. Around them, the chamber dissolved into wider slaughter. Cherubael erupted into motion with obvious delight. One of Eisenhorn's surviving troopers fired a burst, and the demon host crossed the distance between one heartbeat and the next, driving clawed hands through the man's chest and lifting him into the air, while blood ran in sheets down the host body's ruined forearms. A Kasrkin veteran emptied a hellgun into Cherubael's head and bought 2 seconds before the demon tore him open from jaw to groin and flung the halves in opposite directions. The dead and dying around the demon fed his magnificence. He swelled on terror, mockery, and the pressure of the failing field. Profaniti struck more quietly and therefore more horribly. Men simply turned the wrong way, shot the wrong target, or dropped to their knees vomiting blood and memory. One of Quixos' own wardens began clawing at his eyes with both hands and laughing through the ruined sockets before a shell fragment took him across the neck. A sanctioned psyker from Eisenhorn's team tried to cage the demon with a binding phrase, only to combust mid-syllable under the cross-pressure of pylon harmonics and possession force. The explosion coated the nearest wall in cooked organs and burning runes. Eisenhorn and Quixos fought through all of it, intimate as murderers in an alley, and yet enclosed by apocalyptic scale. "You hear it," Quixos said between strikes, breath harsh now, blood at the mouth. "You hear what the pylons are doing. The warp recoils." A cut. A block. Eisenhorn drove his elbow into Quixos' throat, then had to wrench back as Karnagar sliced for his guts. "It screams," Eisenhorn answered. "Yes." "That does not mean it is dying." Quixos' eyes blazed. "It means it can die." They locked weapon to weapon, faces close enough for each to smell the blood and ash on the other. "Tell me," Quixos said, voice gone low and dangerous. "When you burned worlds, when you signed exterminations from the safety of orbit, when you cut deals with men you despised because the alternative was annihilation, did you call yourself pure then? Did you whisper that blessed lie and sleep?" Eisenhorn's reply came through clenched teeth. "No." For the first time, something almost like approval touched Quixos' features. "Then you understand everything. You merely lack the courage to admit it." Eisenhorn drove a psychic surge through the staff at point-blank range. The blast hit Quixos full in the chest and hurled him backward across the ringed floor, tearing stone up in a fan and slamming him against the base of one of the inner harmonic pylons. The copied monolith flared. Black veins of force shot up its surface. Every surviving man in the chamber staggered as the anti-warp note rose higher. Quixos hit the floor, rolled, and came up on one knee with Karnagar still in hand. Then the thing in his heart answered. Eisenhorn felt it before he saw it. A pressure snap, a dry scraping pulse in the room as though unseen talons had dragged once along the inside of creation. The black tracery at Quixos' throat darkened. His next movement came faster than a wounded man had any right to move. He crossed the intervening space and slashed upward, opening Eisenhorn from hip to side in a spray of blood that instantly smoked on the demon edge. Pain went white. Eisenhorn reeled. Quixos pressed. Karnagar bit his staff, tore loose a spray of psychic sparks and came again. Eisenhorn took one step backward too few, and the second strike sliced into his forearm hard enough to numb the hand. He answered with a bolt round at near point-blank range. Quixos turned with it, but not enough. The shell detonated against his ribs and ripped a crater through coat, armor, and flesh alike. Both men staggered away bleeding. Outside the sanctum, something vast collapsed. The sound of it rolled through the basilica like the death of a city. Dust and human ash poured from the ceiling. Through a break in the wall, Eisenhorn saw one of the copied monoliths beyond the basilica yards, listing at an impossible angle, while lightning crawled around it in black veins. The field was failing, or changing. There was no longer any clean distinction. Cherubel sensed it and threw his head back in stolen ecstasy. "Yes!" the demon roared. There it is, not silence, opening." Quixos rounded on him for a single fatal heartbeat. "No." Cherubel smiled with all the joy of a beast smelling weakness in the handler's grip. Eisenhorn used that heartbeat. He came in low, through the pain, through the blood loss, through the spiritual nausea of knowing some fraction of Quixos' accusation would remain lodged in him forever. His staff trapped Karnagar's descending cut against the broken floor. His free hand struck Quixos' wounded side, found purchase in torn coat and armor, and drove psychic force into the flesh over the old claw wound. For the first time in the duel, Quixos screamed. It was not the scream of a beaten man. It was raw outrage, violation, the sound of a secret engine struck in its hidden place. Eisenhorn saw it then, not with ordinary sight, but with the soul's more dangerous vision. The demon shard in Quixos' heart, old as his damnation, nested in scar tissue and black veins, beating in counterpoint to the failing field around them. The thing that had fed his power. The thing that had whispered him along every step, from Lacan to Magenor, to Clanar, to this abyssal shrine. He drove harder. Quixos fought like a cornered executioner. His head slammed into Eisenhorn's face. Bone cracked. Karnagar tore free and opened Eisenhorn's thigh. Both men slipped in each other's blood. Yet the contact at the heart remained for one impossible second longer than Quixos could afford. That second killed him. Eisenhorn rammed the force staff forward like a spear. It entered below the breastbone and drove through broken armor, flesh, and the demon claw wound together. Psychic force discharged down the haft in a white-gold convulsion that lit the whole sanctum and climbed the suspended pylon fragment like a prayer written in lightning. Quixos jerked once, eyes wide, blood flooding from his mouth over the staff shaft. The chamber went still around that point of ruin. Quixos looked down at the staff piercing him, then up into Eisenhorn's face. For a moment the old iron was still there in him, the contempt, the certainty. Then something else entered with the blood and the failing field. Not repentance, never that. Only the naked knowledge that the machine he had built no longer belonged to his hand. "Fools," he whispered, though whether he meant the Imperium, the demons, or both, Eisenhorn could not tell. Then Quixos died. Karnagar fell from his hand and struck the floor ringing. The effect was immediate. The Blackstone network had been tuned around Quixos, not merely as commander, but as living conductor. The copied pylons were bound by mathematics, sacrifice, and stolen ancient principles, but also by his will, his psychic pattern, and the demon shard lodged in his heart. With that will extinguished, the whole lattice lost one axis of meaning. The suspended pylon fragment over the abyss began to scream. No mere sound, a pressure note that made eyes bleed and thoughts unravel. Around the sanctum, the copied monoliths answered out of sequence. Some dimmed, some flared. One outside the basilica shattered from crown to base in a silent spray of black glass that killed 1,000 men in the yard. Another sent a ring of null force through the nearest trench sectors and dropped every psyker within range in the same instant, friend and foe alike, their bodies collapsing like empty robes around boneless heaps. Yet farther off, over the northern plateau, a region of the sky pinched inward for a few dreadful breaths, as though some invisible throat truly had been tightened. Eisenhorn looked up through the open roof and felt cold enter him more deeply than pain. Had Quixos been moments from catastrophe, or moments from something worse because it might have worked? There was no answer. only failure unfolding in too many contradictory directions at once. Profanity shrieked as the null harmonics tore through its host. The borrowed body burst apart in sheets of black-red vapor, and the demon shape behind it twisted once in the air like smoke, trying to remember a skeleton before being wrenched, screaming back beyond the veil. Cherubel did not go so cleanly. The demon host threw aside the corpses hanging from its claws and lunged for Quixos' falling body with a cry that might have been fury or hunger. Eisenhorn's surviving men opened fire. Soul guards and wardens, those still alive enough to matter, hurled themselves between demon and corpse out of dead habit more than command. The sanctum became a swirl of shots, ruptured wards, Blackstone's shriek, and flaring possession. Cherubel slew 3 more men before a team of Ordo binders, arriving from the rear galleries under shields of silver ash and hexagrammic chant, managed to drive a containment lattice over the host. The thing within laughed even as the field bit deep. "Oh yes," Cherubel hissed, through a face half melting off the skull. "Take me, you always do." The lattice closed. The host dropped shrieking to its knees. The demon was not destroyed. It was held, caged in agony and malice, a problem deferred rather than solved. That too felt true to the Imperium. Eisenhorn tore the staff free from Quixos' body and nearly fell with the effort. The world tilted. Blood poured warm down his leg and side. Around him the sanctum was becoming untenable. The harmonic rods burst one after another. The abyssal shaft beneath the suspended fragment belched up cold wind, carrying whispers from distances no sane cartography could measure. Somewhere below, great machinery groaned itself apart. "Take the codicium," he ordered, voice ragged. The archivist, one of the few still standing, stared blankly for a heartbeat before understanding. He stumbled to the relic table, toppled against the wall, where the Malus Codicium lay amid shattered data slates and bloodied prayer strips. He wrapped it in a wardcloth with shaking hands, as if touching it bare might stain him by contact alone. "Move," Eisenhorn snapped. They dragged Quixos' works out of the heart in fragments and under fire. The Codicium, partial harmonic logs, 3 Blackstone schematic caskets, 2 living savants too broken to resist and too valuable to kill quickly. Cherubel contained in the shrieking lattice, dragged by 6 men and 1 suspenser rig. The rest they left to the collapsing basilica and the fires. Farnes Beta died by stages. The visible war ended not with fanfare, but with pyres, executions, and sanitization. The outer trenches were cleared sector by sector, often by flame, because digging the dead out of the black glass took too long. Labour camps judged recoverable were recategorized under military quarantine and stripped for surviving bodies, tools, and lies. Those judged irredeemable were shelled flat and burned until no distinguishable remains exceeded the size of a fist. Wounded cultists were hanged, shot, or rendered into sealed interrogator lines according to their value. Surviving militia were sorted by contamination index and mostly died before dawn. The copied pylons were toppled where possible, entombed where not, and hidden beneath acres of poured ferrocrete and sanctified rubble that would not have stopped a child's nightmare, much less a determined scholar, but looked convincing in reports. The Imperium erased what it could. It lied about what it could not. Transcripts were cut. Casualty tallies were revised downward, then upward in other places to mask transfer volumes. Task force commanders accused one another in sealed memoranda that disappeared into deeper vaults than any civilian imagination ever reached. Witnesses from the camps were dispersed across penal colonies, medical ships, and quiet execution pits. Some spoke until they were shot. Most forgot after the drugs. The official account of Farnes Beta became a composite of anti-heretic compliance action, pirate interdiction, unsanctioned Xenos ruin collapse, and regrettable but contained warp bleed. That was the story the wider Imperium could survive hearing. The truth was buried under ash, classification glyphs, and enough bodies to turn a continent fertile for centuries. Quixos himself was interred only in the archival sense. His corpse went to the Ordos, his blood to the Medici vaults, his notes to sealed black libraries where men of spotless conscience would later read them in secret and hate how often their own thoughts bent toward the same questions. His works remained dangerous after his death, not merely because they were heretical, but because they were systematic, coherent. They infected by argument as much as by ritual taint. In the quiet after the fires, Eisenhorn stood on the edge of the ruined Heartfield and looked over the remains of the Blackstone array. The corpse fires still burned in the lower camps. Gunshots of final mercy or final discipline cracked now and then across the dark. The air smelled of hot dust, blood, promethium, and the strange dry scent left whenever Blackstone had sung too loudly. Around the shattered monolith ring, execution teams moved like insects through the wreckage. Beyond them rose columns of smoke from the pyres, black against a sky slowly remembering it was only sky. Someone came to stand near him, a Cadian officer, bandaged and expressionless. "It is finished," the man said. Eisenhorn looked at the broken pylons, the collapsed basilica, the millions of dead processed into one more sealed victory. "No," he said after a long time. "It is merely over." The officer seemed to accept that. He left. Eisenhorn remained. Quixos was dead. That fact brought relief to the galaxy, perhaps, or at least to the ledgers responsible for tracking men like him. Yet the accusation survived with him, alive and barbed in the minds of those who had seen Farnes Beta with their own eyes. Perhaps the Imperium could not defeat hell without becoming a more disciplined form of hell itself. Perhaps Quixos had been a madman one heartbeat from tearing reality wider than any invasion could. Perhaps he had been a heretic on the verge of strangling a wound no saint had ever dared touch. Both possibilities were poison. Both would live. The wind moved over the field, carrying ash and the distant murmur of another pyre being lit. Eisenhorn watched the smoke rise and thought of the dead Inquisitor's final certainty, and of the terrible possibility that the Imperium's greatest strength had always been not its purity, nor its faith, nor even its endurance, but its endless talent for surviving truths too foul to confess,